Hey, it's Thursday. Match the stack. No limit hold'em here tonight on TCH Live. Mike Youngblood with you with Aaron as we break down the action of tonight's cash game. As always here. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, man. Great to be here. Hope everybody here in the chat is ready for some fantastic action here tonight, as we've got ourselves a pretty stellar lineup, I think. So we'll get the names up here on the screen in a moment, so you can all check out who is going to be playing today.
We got I can see T-Nux there in the right side. I saw Steam Dola.
Anderson in the mix as well. So yeah, a couple of players we've seen on here before, as well as perhaps a couple of new faces. Let's see. Yeah, I see a couple of names there that we've already gone through.
That wasn't J-Stack, was it?
No, I don't think so, but maybe I missed
He's in that
something.
spot where J-Stack always seems to sit, right there at seat 7. But
Okay.
all right, Steam Dola here with deuces. Is Anderson going to raise up our first hand? Queen Jack suited, bottom pair for Jason,
And
technically the best hand here in this spot.
yeah, currently ahead here. Somehow found his way into this hand from the cutoff with the 6-4. So he is going to bet full pot here and pick it up. So yeah, that's going to be a winner.
Yeah, we've seen Jason in the mix here quite a bit to a degree here at this 1-3 game. So I'm kind of curious. I don't know if he's maybe played on the stream once or twice, but he's been a regular enough here that I'm kind of interested to see what he's playing there. What's the card stand? We got the Prestige, always ready to fire chips out there. This looks like a pretty good 1-3 lineup tonight.
Oh, yeah, we are going to have ourselves a good time. So thank you all for joining us as we get some more people joining us here in the chat and online. So welcome in.
Now, we have done some adjustments with the audio, so I'm going to kind of step away at some points tonight just to see if the folks there are picking up some of the table audio. So
yeah, Prestige here. He's going to open up in the cutoff 7-5 offsuit. That is a pretty ambitious open, but going to have position here over Jason, who has a 10-8. So yeah, two sort of raggy hands here, and Prestige will bet and take it. So
always aggressive. Prestige, as we say hello to our chat legends. Candyman Ben says here for the Steam Dola. You better crush tonight and not waste my time. The Sheik's time is very valuable. We hope for you, Candyman Ben. Steam Dola has a good one here as Asa Hughes, super producer Asa, we got super producer Carolyn here. Ryan's amongst the mix. Tim J, the usual suspect, Eugene Green, Bob, all of our friends popping in and making sure that they click the like button. I would probably guess you maybe have already hit subscribe, but if you haven't already, boom, go make an effort to go do that. As we've got Steam Dola at seat 9 yet again, and it's going to raise up with pocket 7s. T-Nugs, Mr. Tyler is going to call 15.
so actually, this is another Tyler. So T-Nugs, right? Yeah.
Okay, all right.
We got two Tylers. We got T-Nugs
this
and
could
Tyler.
be a problem all night here, so try not to mistake the two. All right, here we go. Deuces and 7s, the 9-3-3 board.
Yeah, pretty safe flop for both hands here. Tyler obviously going to continue with his 2-pair here in position. So well behind, but still definitely feeling like he can take off some more cards, but he's going to make a boat here, and that is a really safe turn card. Steam Dola going to keep betting, as he should, with a hand that is going to be good a lot of the time. Tyler now going to be kind of wondering, like, well, I can't really fold, can I? I've got a full house. But he loses to any overpair and any 9, but he is going to come along. So we'll go to a river and see if that slows down the action, or if Tyler's going to continue putting chips in here behind. Steam Dola with the best hand here as Queen comes off on the river.
What do you think his opponent would peel with a hand like King, Queen, Ace, Queen, Queen, Jack? I would probably have to think like he's not folding to any bet, but not necessarily answer to put a value bet there on the end. As you know, there's still some 9x combos, maybe 8s. But I guess he's maybe hoping that he's somewhere between 4s and 6s. So Steamdola picks it up as it goes check, check on the end. Okay, T-Nugs, Tyler, got Anderson back here in the game. Decent lineup out here for us, Ron.
Absolutely. So yeah, I mean, I think that's just one of those spots where, like, after you bet 2 streets and your opponent calls you, right? Like your opponent's range is, it's got hands that beat you and hands that you're beating, and so it's kind of tough to know, like, if I bet really small, can I get called by worse? And like, yeah, it's just kind of a tricky spot. So I definitely think that check there on the end is going to be pretty standard. It's going to happen a lot of the time, and still going to pick up a nice pot there for Steamdola. So he's off and running for our man here in the chat who was looking for him to pick up some chips. As
we got Fred Nick from Yuma in the chat. Carlos, our guy Carlos here at TCH. TD777. All our friends. Top pair here for Will. Nobody else is connected with this as we will go hanging out in the turn with the 8 of diamonds. Let's give Will some straight draw outs.
That's proper execution.
Yeah, so Will with the best hand here almost all of the time when it checks through on the flop, and this sort of offsuited 8 comes off, but Prestige here is going to take this as an opportunity to raise with just ace high. Yeah, Will now just a min click as well. So Will's getting not only a really good price, but given the pre-flop action, it's sort of curious to think that he could be behind here. Only a hand like 10-8, 10-5. Something.
Maybe there's some jackknife of this, obviously blocking out with jack diamonds, but it's probably suspicious as, I mean.
Yeah, but Will is going to make that call. We're going to get to this river here. He's going to check it over to Prestige, who is going to bet a pretty nice chunky bet here, 175.
He's playing it like he has 2 pair, maybe a set of 5s, but the line doesn't necessarily add up to that. Like, I think maybe if he makes it a little bit larger there in the turn, he can represent that he's trying to get value from his big hands, where it's kind of just like a raise meant to blast off other bluffs, or maybe second pair betting to just go, okay, I could maybe take a stab at it. But
yeah, and that's one of those spots too where the story just really doesn't make a lot of sense, because there's 2 spades on that flop, and when it checks through, it's like anybody with a hand or a draw is probably always betting. And so then when Prestige takes over and is like, no, I actually have a really good hand, it's like, really though? So yeah, I like that Will saw through that, puts in the call. He's going to pick up a nice pot there. So that was very well done. And now we've got ourselves a straddle, re-straddle, and another straddle up to 25 here.
All right, fold it around to Daytona Scott. Wonder where he's from.
Yeah, here in the small blind. He's going to put in a nice, healthy bet, as he should, out of position for the rest of this hand. A lot of dead money out there. T-Nugs looking down at the suited King-Jack, so he's going to come to see a flop, and Jason going to come along as well with his dominated diamonds.
Prestige never afraid to splash around. Just says, all right, well, I'm going to get last act, and a lot of money out there, but a lot of cards being shared out there. And Jason, the one to pair up as he connects with 9. And going to go ahead and take the lead out of here with a bet 175.
Yeah, and just no real equity for the other hands in here. So Daytona Scott, he's going to take one more look at this hand and be like, oh, but you looked so good, before he pitches it in. T-Nugs going to easily let go of that one. No hearts out there to continue with. So yeah, Jason in a pretty bad spot pre-flop. He's going to flop the best of it, bet, and take it. So nice little pot for him.
Again, this is 1-3 match to stack. Players can start the game with a max of 1,000, and then it becomes match to stack throughout the rest of the game. So if players want to put out like a $500 racehorse or something to pump up the stack size, we've seen that done in the past. Haven't really had a group I think has been as open to doing that. on these streams, and for good reason. That's pretty. Takes a little bit of gamble here, but
Yeah, there's a handful of players that are definitely not afraid of doing that and really like to drive the action. Given the sort of match the stack dynamic, but yeah, I haven't seen it in quite some time now. So
yeah, I think the last time was like really early. Brendan, Westlake, and a couple others that maybe just play the 5-5 game. We're just like, let's pop this up a bit. So, but as we see, there's kind of a story that happens throughout the night as the stacks build a little bit more. That sometimes you get later, second, third hour, and you've got players sitting 2K deep. Like it just, that's another dynamic of the game as we go three ways with the king high board, and nobody's connected with it. Jason gonna continue here for 125.
yeah, Jason had 3-bet this, which I like, out of the straddle with the ace-jack offsuit. And Prestige putting in that call, going to come in with the 10 high, misses. And Anderson, who had been the initial pre-flop raiser, gotten 3-bet and called as well. Yeah, he's going to have to lay that down. So Jason just getting a nice favorable spot there. He had the best hand, but didn't even need to connect to go ahead and pick up that pot.
Excuse me. As this is episode 101. Had episode 100 on Monday. That was a fantastic, like 6-hour stream for TCH Legends game. And keep on trucking here.
Yeah, that was a great stream. I missed little bits and pieces as I was sort of in and out, but yeah, great to hear you and Bones in here doing the commentary, and lots of great action that evening as well. So.
We went TCH Live After Dark took some interesting turns. We answered some timeless debates, some of the hardest hitting questions ever put out there on the internet, including how many 5-year-olds can you take on in a challenge. It was breaking weird ground on the show, but it was pretty entertaining. Everybody told me that was probably like one of the funniest parts of it. So.
Oh yeah, no, that was great. As we've got 3 hands that have all connected here, so Prestige and T-Nugs both hitting top pair here. Jason with second pair and a backdoor straight draw. We're gonna go 3 ways to a turn. Deuce of spades, not going to change the story here for anybody. So T-Nug still with the best hand, and honestly that deuce coming off makes his 8 still very live and playing, so currently with the best of it. And he is going to put out another sizable bet here, and this is going to get our middle player out with the pair of jacks. Prestige is going to rip it in.
Oh!
And T-Nugs gonna snap him off. 5 on the river. The 8 is gonna play, and T-Nugs is gonna ship a really nice pot. That was a very aggressive way for that hand to go down.
Yeah, any card above an 8 that's not an ace would have resulted in a chop. And T-Nugs, the beneficiary of it, is now going to chip up here to $839 as we count out the chips. Figure this all out. Got a couple of 1-2 no limit games happening here with bomb pots. 1-3 match the stack out there in the main floor that always kind of set. I mean, you were playing in this before the game even started. It's the one that's kind of off the stream. It tends to be a little more action sometimes.
Yeah, there was one player with over 5K in front of him. Another that I saw as he chipped up, and another player reached into his bag, brought up his stack to match. So, yeah, there were some really big stacks swinging around at that table, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. So,
yeah,
this is the spot for the action. If you are in or around the Austin area and want to get yourself into a big swinging 1-3 game, come on down to Texas Card House, North Austin. Put your name on the list and get on in the mix as we continue here on Thursday nights. 1-3 match the stack game. Looks like we had the straddle sort of piddle out on this hand, so we're just going to be playing for a $3 blind. It's going to get bumped up to 15 here by Tyler under the gun with Jack 10 suit. Also, you know, I heard that this quads jackpot that's been happening here at TCH North Austin on Tuesdays.
Yep.
You hit quad deuces, and you will hit the jackpot, which is exactly what one lady did just a couple days ago. and picked-
$1,200, I believe it was.
Yeah, now that's a nice haul for already making quads and probably shipping the pot. You're going to hit a jackpot too. So
Well, Steamdola not going to be able to get quads here as he has 3-bet to 100 with aces in position. Daytona Scott sitting now here with less than 300 and not going to get in there with ace queen. Steamdola getting finally some cards there. He's probably been waiting a century for it, but
yeah, unfortunately, his 3-bet sizing was just a bit on the over-bet size, and it's going to push his opponent out, who would likely have called any pretty moderately sized bet there, ace-queen. But yeah, just a little bit too big, so he's going to push his opponent out, pick up a smaller pot than.
Well, we got TCH Dallas going. Got 3 tables of 1-2 no limit happening there. 3 tables of 2-5 and 1 table of 1-2-5. That's on a early Thursday evening.
3 tables of 2-5?
Yeah, 3 tables of 2-5
man, that's
happening
awesome.
right now. 11-8. I mean, Aaron is about ready to grab his bag and make a drive north.
Yeah, I gotta go take care of some stuff, guys.
Yeah, he's got some errands he got to run. I gotta go take the cat out. It's a famous Pete excuse. So he's gotta go take the cat out. So
yeah, that sounds like a euphemism.
I don't know. That could possibly, with Pete, Pistol Pete. I could totally buy that. So Jason now here with the aggressive raise on the button off the 15 straddle days. Jack Anderson says, hold on. There. We're going to make this a 3-bet here to 250. I like this a lot. Like, this is.
Yeah, so $15 straddle gets opened and then 3-bet here from the straddle with the king 10. So, I mean, king 10 is definitely a hand that you could think about playing out of position, but Anderson says no, let's go for the 3-bet, and he's not going to get it through. Jason is going to put in the call, so we've got a big pot here, 455 in the pot, and Jason going to flop, going to maintain the lead here on the flop. Checks over to him. Anderson doesn't continue his story though, checks it over to him, and Jason quickly fires. So yeah, these players are really tangling up here. Anderson now probably wondering how on earth he got himself into this spot, and he's just going to let it go before he gets dug any deeper. Jason, yeah, gonna pick it up.
Got a chat pro checking in. Says, why would you need $900 in a 1-3 game? That's ridiculous. Well, I mean, I think it is kind of, I mean, he's not totally off on that, but just like 1-3 gives you the variety and the spice of life that if you have a group of players that kind of want to keep it more like a basic 1-3 game, sure. But if you also want to have players on the table that can make the game bigger, you kind of get that variety, and it also gives people an opportunity to maybe jump into the game and take shots. So I don't know what you think, but it's 1,000 still seems kind of shallow compared to some of the games that we've been used to as super deep.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really can all be summed up with just one word, and that word is Texas.
Texas.
I mean,
Yep.
that's just how we do it here.
We simplify it to that very point.
Yeah, so not only is it just that everything's bigger in Texas, typical cliche, but that's just honestly the way that the games play. In a lot of other places, the blinds really do define how the game plays. That's just not the case here in Texas. So it's really just, it's sort of like a different vernacular, different, what's the word I'm looking for? A dialect for poker. It's like, this is just the regional flavor of poker here in Texas. We just play way bigger than the blinds look like.
Yeah.
So.
It's kind of like different areas have different reputations as far as I'm trying to create ways to take shots at. I mean, Arizona's full of nets. And,
or New York, maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
New York
we've got
is
one
just
of them.
full of nets. We just know one, but I don't know. I think probably a comparison to everything. Sometimes we see probably far less nets in Texas. Hey, we got a super chat here from JTN. Aaron, let me know when you go to TCH Dallas. I'll see you there. What's the name of Steamdola's restaurant? Where is it? It's called Mandola's. There's many locations throughout Austin. I'm not sure if it's a franchise that extends to D-Town. But that, yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, I'm looking to go up there here definitely pretty soon. I hear that there is perhaps a large tournament in the works, so keep your eyes peeled for that at our TCH Dallas location.
Yeah.
That should be pretty exciting.
The
Definitely
best
looking
way to
forward to
keep
that.
your eyes peeled there, Aaron, is go to their Instagram, tch.dallas. I get the text updates by texting TCH Dallas to 21000. So promotions as far as time, scheduling, it's just right from the horse's mouth right there. It's like right direct communication. So you're like, any information that's ever put out there, you get.
Nice. As the information here is that Anderson's checking, and Will's going to bet his gutter backdoor and royal flush draw, so he's got definitely a hand he can bet with. Prestige, though, open-ended, is going to continue.
Looking for an action card here as 5 of spades, but
Yeah, so that's going to take the value of Prestige's draw way down. We have seen him be pretty sticky, but it's definitely a card that Will can continue on as he's picked up that backdoor flush draw and still doesn't have a very strong hand. He is ahead, but of course he doesn't know that. So he's just going to continue betting, and now Prestige here, he's losing to so many hands already. Even if he improves, he could just be stone dead. So yeah, he's going to look down. He's going to see he doesn't have a spade, and I expect he's going to put this in.
bet is 75 and fold. I guess, so we've kind of gone from when is TCH Dallas, when is TCH Dallas, when is TCH Dallas, to when is TCH Dallas live, when is TCH Dallas live, hey mom, when's TCH Dallas live? All right, so we're planning hopefully to maybe begin right at the beginning of 2021. This is not going to be, hey, next week kind of deal. Like, we're working on it. I'm trying to cross our eye, or what was it they said in the Austin Powers movie? Dot, or cross the T's and dot the lowercase J's.
There you go. Okay.
Because there was like that scene where somebody had like a deformed eye, so. I don't know, guys. So I'm hanging out there talking about a bit. I don't even know if anybody remembers, but it's in works. I think developing some of the sound system there to possibly get more of the table talk working on. Let us know if you can hear the table a little bit better. Kind of trying to be more abbreviated, but.
Yeah, well, maybe
we're adjusting.
maybe a sort of belated Christmas gift for everyone. Some TCH Dallas content coming in, so we'll keep your eyes peeled for that.
Enter the new year with TCH Live Dallas.
As we've gone two ways to a flop here, Prestige, King High, and the best hand. Gonna check it over to Tyler, who's got absolutely nothing, and he says, well, I guess I better bet, see what happens. And that's gonna do it. So Prestige gonna lay it down. Tyler picks up a pot there with 8 high.
8 high, all-star as. All right, so we still have our promotion here throughout the month of October. Again, that's 25% off your hourly if you check in before 1, 25% off if you check out after 1 a.m., 50% off your hourly if you do both discounts, check in before 1 and check out after 1. As almost to the end of the month. Boy, we're sneaking right up into there to November. Get Ladies Night Friday. Each and every single Friday is Ladies Night here at TCH Austin. Then we got T-Nugs raised with the old King 10 of clubs. Call. Will here with Jacks. So let's 3-bet. Well,
Wow, yeah, in the
position.
small blind.
Getting tricky there, but see the equity split's not super huge in his favor, but probably going to be a little bit larger now. Top set. Sneaky top set, but.
Yeah, he just felt it coming, so he said, you know what, I don't mind going 4 ways to the flop because I'm just going to flop gin, and then we'll see if we can get no 5 or anything here on the turn. In fact, that's actually a card that he normally would really be afraid of. He is going to go ahead and grab some chips and fire out a bet, which is going to get everyone out of there almost certainly. Jason does have a gutter, but yeah, with the spades out there, that's no good. However, Leo likes his gutter. He had that same gutter, so he's going to come along way behind. Going to need a 4. Doesn't find it.
No. I mean, 2 plus 3 equals 5, but even then, that combined wouldn't have been able to make him a better set. It's Leo.
I feel like there's a mixed game variant in this somehow.
I'm sure,
you
like, we
start
were talking
adding
about
the
this on the
cards.
table, like Hold'em Badoogie or Hold'em Raz, that it's like you have to make the worst possible hand you can make in Hold'em, so like reverse Hold'em.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many games out there that people have made. I think just the ones that I've already heard of and played are pretty fun, but I'm sure there's just an infinite way of making different games. So, wait
No
a minute,
limit,
did we
high-low
just?
split.
We
Just
did.
with 2 cards.
We had a massive bet and a call. But that may have even been an overbet and a call there with a pair of 5s. Wow. I mean, the jacks were certainly very well disguised, just flatting there, but my goodness, that is an ambitious call.
That it is. So we got Asa here in the chat, Candyman Ben, local legends Carlos. Laker fan, always chiming on in here as always with the usual chat regs. But if you want to join us here in the fray, sound off here in our live chat. Again, tournament Saturday. If you want to come out here to Texas Card House, play the $100 second chance tournament, the 2K guaranteed to first place. Again, that's either 1 add-on or 1 re-entry. You can't do both. But start with 20K chips, get the dealer appreciation. Also get the on-time bonus if you make it in by the first level. A good amount of play, nice value for the tournament. That's starting at Saturdays at 4 here at Texas Card House in Austin.
Yeah, really great tournament value here at TCH North Austin. You will oftentimes see me in the mix out there on the tournament floor trying to take down the Sunday tournament. Haven't taken a swing at the Saturday one yet, but I hear good things. So
yeah,
I
think it's something we can kind of continue to build. Like I think there's more people wanting to enter the tournament fray and find a structure and a buy-in, and all that works for them. So it's I got pretty good. I think it's a really good tournament. Turnout I think is going to continue to improve.
I definitely punted all my straddles.
All right, $15 double straddle now. Do kind of want to make a heads up. We might start shifting around like the commentary schedule / have Aaron host a little bit more here and there. Like I'm just trying to find the right balance and also make sure that Aaron's not here to fend for himself, so the chat trolls don't take over and get ambushed. And
yeah, I'll have to get out my pitchfork and sort of fend them off. From
Can't allow you to bring a gun, but I mean, you still got Fists of Glory that I kid. But either way, I mean, weighing through all the options, just operate good load management like in the NBA. Like it's
absolutely good load management and balancing your TCH Live announcing range.
And keeping Aaron as much in the mix for the people as possible. I think there's an equilibrium there that exists. I love using that word. It's a great time.
Indeed it is, as this may be a $25 straddle unless
so.
a smaller one has been announced and we haven't gotten change yet, but we will find out here very shortly, as indeed it is a $25 straddle, so Tyler going to let go of his napkins. Leo looking down at a hand that is definitely playable. I'd like to see a raise here. King, Queen, offsuit. He is in early position, so perhaps he's just going to sort of dip a toe in the water, see if things go nuts and he can get away from it if it's a little too crazy. But Anderson is going to pump it up here with a pair. 2 6s here in middle position. Going to get back to prestige in the straddle, and he says, Queen 3 suited. Yes, please. Coming along. Leo now going to have to put in 1/3 of his remaining stack to see this flop, which he will. He's got 200 behind in a pot, almost 400. Any connecting? No, nothing there for Leo, so I guess he is going to just fold away
Hey.
a sizable chunk of his stack. Oh, wait. No,
he's putting it in.
Yeah, interesting move. Actually, this is probably the better way to do it, but Anderson isn't going anywhere, so he's going to need to find something here. And one of his queens is gone. Prestige had the queen.
But he knew the king was coming. That's just what it is. So his first board looks like they're going to run it twice. So, and going to hold up. Oh, no, they're going to do it 3 times. 3 times, and 6s are going to get 2/3 of this. As Leo is going to get quartered.
Thirded? Yeah, he's going to get thirded.
Yeah, I guess. Not quite. Yeah, it's... Either way, hey, Chase Stacks says hello, TCH Live, Pro Chat.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, hey, Chase Stacks. Esteemed Dola on the felt. Good friend.
Yeah, so, yeah, a bunch of 9s came out there.
People
no
are...
6s about.
Well, there's people right now trying to donate so that T-Nox or... I think they're rooting for Tyler. Tyler can get better cards.
Tyler, not T-Nugs.
Yeah, Tyler, not Tina. That's apparently
Okay.
what's happening here. Because I'm getting a lot of uproar that if people can donate, then all of a sudden he's going to get better cards. And, you know, I think it's a logical and fair approach as to how things work in poker. That you just donate to the commentators who are seeing it 15 minutes after the fact. That will...
No,
So
that makes rational sense.
Yeah, of
so,
course.
So,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah,
It's
super
like,
chats and super
I
stickers.
mean, when you think about it,
put 'em in there.
So, I mean, you want to contribute there to maybe send some mojo to your favorite player on the table. Use the super sticker or super chat function.
Yeah, and also, if anyone would like to follow in the glorious footsteps of our man Clay, who donated us a delicious bottle of Woodford Reserve a few weeks ago,
Yeah,
and you know, do a donation of that nature as well. We are always accepting. So thank you guys
And I mean,
for anything that you do.
the other great way that you could send some good mojo to the table is by pressing that like button. That has been proven to improve a couple of different hand equities just by pressing the like. Like as we've seen, YouTube's got a lot of power.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, the
I mean,
algorithm is
you
very
guys don't
far-reaching.
realize just how big this goes.
Indeed. Yeah, touch it, press it, caress it, roundhouse kick it. You know, any of the above, really. Just make sure that you make contact with the like button, and your favorite player will probably improve.
Yeah. I mean, if you need to sanitize it first before you do it, I recommend that just because you also want to be safe. And you also, your screen might need a wipe down. You might be been a while since you've been able to see the like button clearly.
Yeah. As Tyler here, gonna pick this up with 9-high bluff here. Yeah, aggression really getting it done here so far tonight, as we've seen. Not a lot of like significant strong hands sort of going up against each other, but more just some smallish to medium-sized pots of pretty raggy hands picking it up just by being aggressive. So seems to be the theme of the evening.
So we are gonna have, I believe, Rampage Poker on November the 12th, playing at that. That is the date that I think, I'm going to verify that, but we are indeed going to have Rampage planned on the Thursday stream. No word yet if it's going to be 1-3 or 2-5.
Okay.
What, I mean, here, maybe we can ask the audience about this, but you guys want to see this turned into a 2-5 game instead of the 1-3? I think I'm really open to the idea just because I don't think it really would change the game that much. Maybe.
I guess it would depend on the types of players that would want to come in, right? If it did start to attract more of the splashier big stack players, then it could change the dynamic a fair bit.
Yeah, just kind of like what we start the max at for that kind of game, or.
Mm-hmm.
That's sound off here in the chat. If maybe you'd like to see this game turn to 2-5 in the future, because
yeah, let's make it bigger.
Carlos
Why not?
says it do not matter. Okay, well, That's one opinion. We got a couple of votes for 2-5. We got a hand though going on here though.
Yeah, Tyler sitting here had raised pre-flop. Anderson just flat calling with the ace-king pre. We check on the flop. Now Tyler betting with the open ender and getting a raise from Anderson here in position with ace-king. Sort of an airball here, no diamond in hand, so yeah, no straight draw, no backdoor flush draw to represent. We got a 5 of spades here. Ace-king is still good if we get to showdown.
It's really a value raise, clearly. He's clearly got queen jack blocking his out. No, wow, that's a courageous bet there by Tyler. It just gotten raised. He calls and then just goes ahead and open rips.
Yeah, very ambitious, and honestly, that was a pretty massive overbet to the pot. So, yeah, could have stepped right into a bear trap on that one for his whole stack, but luckily for him, his opponent had ace high, and was definitely just gonna fold there. So, ambitious moves getting through again. The naked aggression is really working here tonight.
J-Stack suggesting to obliterate that, quote, like button if you're in the chat. Love TCH Live. Going to Derek and Sierra White there. The Roman numerals as always. Yeah, I think like it's maybe 2-5's more aesthetically pleasing as far as, you know, having it be that. Like, I don't, there is kind of a debate as to like, okay, does it really play bigger in that sense, or is it just going to be the same kind of raises that we come in with here that does it open to 20, 25, 30? Because, I mean, we see players in the 1-3 game just open for 60. I mean, that's not, I mean, you just sort of see all kinds of sporadic raise sizes. Like, does it really affect them?
The straddling, I guess, is probably the biggest thing that it has an influence on, right? Because when you have the 1-3, it's like the first straddle could be $6 at a minimum. And then, you know, that sort of does open it up to where the next player could be like, oh, well, I'll go to 12 or 15, right? And we've seen that a couple of times tonight where we did even get it up to 25. Whereas when you have $5 for your big blind, it just means that it goes 5, 10, 20. And is it that big of a difference? No, not necessarily, but it could be, depending on the players that are in there. So, I don't know. I don't think it would have that big of an impact on the way that the game would play, as long as the lineup of players stayed fairly consistent.
And I think it's still a game size that, for the players that might typically play 1-2 to 1-3, that it's still relatively in the same ballpark. That, like, if we're going to be buying into 1,000 to 2-5 game, like, how much is it really? I don't know. It's one of those ideas that we have at this point to maybe spice up the stream a little bit more and keep bringing you the best. Keep your interest here peaked. Keep the TCH Live crowd happy and interested is the thing that always makes me happy to see. So raise from Steam Dola.
He's got an 8. He doesn't have the 8 of spades, but he's going to make do with the 8 of hearts. Although he is in, is that a straddle? No, that is a raise. Okay, so he's bumped that up to 40, and we've got a couple of callers here as we're going to get caught up on the action tracker. So Steam Dola raising to 40, middle early position, getting a call from the 7-5 of clubs and a pair of 4s. So far, no card over an 8. As we've got some mystery cards being folded through. We're going 4 ways here. Tyler with 2 unknown cards, but that is going to be an all-club flop for Jason.
Tyler.
Oh, and he's toast, though, because Tyler's flopped a bigger flush. My goodness.
Oh, goodness.
I looked at the equities there. I'm like, he just flopped a flush. How is he 0%? And it's because Tyler has him out-pipped here with the 9 high flush.
And Tyler gets his hand without anybody donating a super chat. He's got the run good. He got the run good that people were looking for here in the chat.
This is clearly like a bottle of single malt is like on the way. I mean, someone's about to walk it through the door, right?
There's something in motion here that people had asked for our influence. We gave you a method to do it. And here is probably where we should see a raise here on the turn, right? So maybe want to camp out for one more street to go for the kill. Or does he decide to go for it now?
Yeah, so he is just going to call, but honestly, with a hand as strong as the 9-high flopped flush, you're probably going to want to put in the raise there. It's going to be tough to get all the chips in the middle on the river, especially when a card like this comes off. So another club. And Jason, he's going to continue betting 250 only, so he doesn't have any fold equity in this bet. But Tyler, instead of getting all of the chips, is going to just get a good chunk of them.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
difficult for you to perceive that you're flush over flush in this spot. That I can maybe understand if he's just repping an ace-x clubs with a pair, but it's still, I don't know. That's kind of one of those spots where people are afraid to push people out, and I'm curious your thoughts on that. If it's just you pick up a hand like that, you just if you're gonna get a fold out, you're gonna get a fold out, but you got to get a little extra value out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There are different board textures for letting your opponent sort of quote unquote hang themselves when you're in position and they're betting and you just have like a totally nutted hand. But I don't think that a monotone flop is the right time to do that. You're definitely going to want to try to build that pot when your opponent could very easily be drawing to a hand that will beat you. Like especially there, right? Another club comes off and you basically just like throw up a little on behind your mask. It's like, well,
yeah, just throw up into the mask and then you got to go get another one.
Yeah, and just that whole situation. Anyways, without going into too much detail there, I do think that there could have been a few more chips in that pot for a man. What was it, Will, that had flopped that? So.
Nonetheless, we continue 1-3 match the stack night here on TCH Live stream. Mondays, Thursdays, and Sunday. Steven, I think, is hearing something in the commentary, whatever. But Monday has been our 5-5 game. We've had some really, really good ones. I believe we're going to have Bart Hansen do commentary next Monday. I want to confirm that still to be true, but so okay, I'll take this Monday off. Get Bart back here into the fold for the Crush Live poker crew out there. And I mean, we'll kind of see what's ahead with the rest of our schedule. Going to continue as always. Again, Monday cash, Thursday cash, Sunday tournament, final table. But having some discussions here to just see how to make this all work. And Steam Dola going to need no discussion as Leo with a jam off of all these straddles out here and just happens to pick up queens. We're like, where was that a few weeks ago?
Prestige, he's ready to get in there too, so he's gonna.
Oh my goodness!
Gonna ship his chips in. Yeah, a couple of short stacked players here relative to the straddles, right? So they're just okay. I guess we're just gonna gamble it up here. Steam Dola in a pretty good spot, but he does have to fade the 2 overcards. So not wanting to see an ace or king, obviously. He's got his 2 cards out there. He's like, well, I got 2 ladies.
2 ladies.
Still good.
Yes.
Nope, there's the king. That's going to get Prestige. And, yeah, Steam Dola can pick up the small side pot there. As Prestige is going to win the main. Oh, no, sorry.
He
Prestige.
gets the whole thing. Like, he had the. Thankfully for Steam Dola, didn't lose too much on that, just because, like, Prestige had, like, under 250. It's just like, okay, why not? I wouldn't advise doing that as a strategy, but, it sometimes happens here in this game where somebody's got less than 300 to say, all right, let's gamble. And that is part of the allure of coming here to Texas sometimes to play, as you'll get action, but unfortunately for poor Steam Dola, queens do not hold. But
yeah, tough spot there. I mean, you love it when people are just like putting all these chips in and you have a big pocket pair like that. But yeah, when you have to fade an ace and a king, I mean, it's just 6 cards that, just kind of attracted to the queens, honestly. It's like kings, the old ace magnets, right? So just kind of running into it there, but we've got the straddles coming right back out. So, everybody playing the short stacks again here on this very next hand, as we've got 6, 15, or 6, 12, 25, or no, 6, 15, and 30. So we are all the way up to 30 here now. Leo looking down, the ace king here. He's got 500 behind. He's going to raise it to 150. Okay.
There's Asa right there in the background. Senior producer here at TCH Live. Leo rates up to 150. Able to get action. Oh, he's got Jason.
Yeah, unafraid from one of the straddles here with the queen 10 offsuit. Pretty ambitious call here, out of position.
Jason can be kind of sticky. Like he's willing to get it in there pre-flop, so it's he is matching. I think for a lot of players frustrating when he's hitting, but he takes a great line of this. Just goes ahead and decides to rip it in.
Yeah,
on the short stack.
The stop and go here. So yeah, it's actually going to be probably pretty effective because his opponent didn't hit this, right? And that's sort of the move is with this sort of stop and go play is when the stack to pot ratio is 1 for your opponent and you're out of position, you can basically just take any flop that isn't going to connect super well with their range. Just be like, yeah, I'm all in. Yeah, I totally hit that. What do you got? And they're like, oh, shit, I got ace high.
Yeah.
And they got a fold. Great play.
It was really a great tournament strategy for a while that I think people were just deciding to go put the old stop and go with kind of a medium short stack that if you're just facing a ton of aggression sometimes that in a cash game it's like that's one of the few scenarios where I think it makes a ton of sense. Otherwise it is get yourself in some pretty dangerous positions. But
well, and that's like the merging of cash games and tournaments, right? Is when the stack to pot ratio becomes closer and closer to 1. Because so frequently in the tournaments, because of the rising blind structure over the course of the tournament, you just always are put in these positions where some players are short stacked. And that's when that really comes into play is that the sort of donk lead or the stop and go, in that situation, however you want to frame that. It can be very effective, and it worked right there. So really nice.
Fraught with peril asking, is this uncapped or match the stack? This is match the stack, so whatever the top stack is on the table.
Yeah, I think Tyler, our current chip leader at the moment, I think he had 1.9K. A couple other players up there close to that, but we've got 2 hands here coming to a flop. We got Leo flopping the bottom end of the straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Anderson with top pair, top kicker. 5 of clubs, not going to change anything here. Yeah, it didn't help Leo, so he's going to check it over. Anderson's going to bet real big and be like, do you want to put all your chips in here? And Leo says no.
No, not feeling it. Again, well, we got about almost 500 live concurrent viewers early on here in the program. Make sure to hit that like button, click subscribe, sitting at 12,200 subscribers. We rock on through the month of September. Again, TCH Dallas is open. So for all y'all in Oklahoma, maybe you're somewhere vicinity southern Colorado or something, like, man, you can get yourself to Dallas. You're around Dallas. You're like, all right, it's time for me to get out there and play some blackjack and poker. We got it happening out there, TCH Dallas. Follow on that TCH.Dallas on Instagram. Check out the website, TexasCardHouse.com.
Yeah, hell, even if you're in Antarctica, I mean, I hear they've got some really nice nonstop flights here into Austin. Just, hop on there, come on down.
There's a lot of direct. I mean, that's the thing. I'm sure you guys should be checking out the flights to Dallas. I imagine from all across the country, with a direct path there to Dallas, you can find some pretty good fares.
Oh, yeah,
and then make a day of it. Come or a weekend of it. Come to Austin. Come to Houston. Go to the RGV. Just do a whole TCH tour.
Yeah, make the circuit, I mean, why not? As we've got ourselves a dealer change as well as a PLO bomb pot. Let's see what kind of craziness we can get mixed up in here. Steve Dola's got the 8 of spades, but he's got 2 other 8s with it, too. He had to have looked down and been like, oh, I got the nuts.
Do you love 8s? Here's all of the 8s.
Yeah, that would have been the only thing better is if he literally had all 4 of them in his hand. He is going to make a pretty raggy hand there with those 8s in hand. Tyler, on the other hand, is going to flop the only heart flush draw, and he's going to hit it. So a hammer lock on this hand with the worst flush you could make, 3 high, but he is good. Doesn't know it. T-Nugs is going to take this as an opportunity to bluff. with the King of Hearts. I love this. This is the one way that you can bluff in Omaha. Sorry, not the one way. One of the ways that you can bluff here in Omaha. And yeah, he's in a great
he was a
spot to do it.
victim of that kind of bluff by Sasha. Like he got him with a naked ace of spades, but it kind of said, I hadn't really played a lot of PLO. Well, it looks like he's learned a little bit. It's a great job there, T-Nugs.
Yeah, very well done.
Hey, we got ATX Poker in the chat. What's up, chat pros? How's it going, Mikey and Aaron?
Yo, yo, yo.
Again, if you want to buy some merch through atxpoker.club, I believe you could save like $5 or something off it using promo code TCH. I'm sure our boy John right there in the chat. Extend how to check out merch, masks, hoodies. Aaron's rocking one. This is seriously the most comfortable mask I had.
Nice.
I'm not like BSing. Like this is one that I did a broadcast the other night, and I'm like, I don't care. Like, this is the most snug and breathable in the land. So
Heck yeah, and stylish. I mean, so
it really
so
is.
all of the
Pretty
gear
nice.
from ATX Poker here is very, very fantastic. So yeah, I'm wearing my hoodie right now, and nice and comfortable. And it's thick enough to keep me warm, both inside in the air-conditioned room as well as outside here on these rather chilly evenings we've been having. As we've got a couple of big
That's what
hands.
I look for on my Tinder profile. Thick enough to keep you warm. Folks, all right. There's
Oh,
just
that
a
was
low-hanging
fantastic.
fruit right there.
All
you
right.
know what I'm saying?
If you're thick and looking for love,
No,
put some
that's-
chats into the box for our man
Actually-
Mikey here.
Super stick. No, that would be like mine. That's,
Go get it.
no,
All right, back to the action, though, because the Battle of the Tylers is about to commence. We've got Tyler in the 2-seat here with a 4-bet to 265. T-Nugs on the button, ace-king offsuit. You don't see a ton of 4-bets. And so he's either going to, I guess he's just going to do the flat call here and take a flop. Jason coming along as well. This man is unafraid. Also getting a fairly decent price, even though his hand is, rarely getting the equity to call. We're gonna go
Battle
three
of the
ways.
Tylers here. This is
And Jason, but
very-
Jason's found a way to win
Yes.
these hands before, so let's see what happens. Oh no, T-Nugs is likely to get stacked here. Jason's gonna get bailed out with flop that doesn't connect with him. Tyler obviously gonna love this. King 7-4 rainbow. You're like, one of my opponents has a king for sure. And he is just gonna punch it in. I don't
and
think.
now Tyler's kind of like I just kind of have to, I guess.
Yeah, I don't really like the all-in move there. I mean, yes, you're gonna get called by an opponent that has a king, but let's say, well, I don't know. It just doesn't give your opponents enough room to commit their chips, and you might have a more conservative player sort of find a fold there with an all-in bet. But Tyler, with the stack that he had, absolutely getting it in with any king, so he's just going to be on the unfortunate end of a cooler there.
Yeah, that is early candidate for cooler of the night. The Battle of Tylers, T-Nugs. Unfortunately, the victim with Ace King has. I think he's going to keep some for the rebuy, so that's what he's grabbing right now, just so he can keep all the red chips out there, the $5 reds, $1 whites, the $25 greens, the $100 blacks. If you have any questions for us here in the chat, again, Tajai Supreme Ultimate Playing Card says, so who's the top poker vlogger right now? I think my vote's got to go to Old Man Coffee. I don't know if any Old Man Coffee subscribers out there. I don't know. Who do you guys think are the top vloggers? We always get Rampage talked about here. Because people just like are interested by. Owen's obviously the king with as far as number of subs. Yeah, this is a great proving. This is a good ground here for vloggers all across the country. That's like, hey, here's some free content for you. You got 4 hours of playtime out there on the felt, to hands to pick up, to be able to turn that into something. Get like a provocative title, crushing TCH Live, or I got stacked a whole bunch of times on TCH Live. Like opportunities are endless, but
They really are. So come on down and get in the mix here. And we move on to our next hand. Yeah, quite a lot of chips moving around the table here tonight. That last hand, of course, you know, we've had a couple of premium hands really run into each other, but man, this has just been exciting to see the decisions that some of these players have been making. So let's see what we get ourselves into now as we get an unstraddled pot here. Tyler looking down at the Jack-9 under the gun. Jack-10 earlier, he opened. Jack-9 not going to make the cut. Leo, on the other hand, he's going to bump this up with the Queen-10 offsuit. Anderson coming along for the ride, Ace-6. T-Nugs knows better. He's going to let go of his Ace-4. Steam Dola can come in on the button with a little pair of threes. And Prestige, who had missed his big blind away from the table, going to get folded out. 3 ways to the flop, and Steam Dola is going to connect, but on a fairly dangerous board considering his 2 opponents are both drawing to better hands. Check bet here from Anderson, 15 bucks. Steam Dola going to bump this up to $60. A nice healthy raise. Definitely the right move there. Anderson just going to let it go. Okay, so he is going to get this through and probably going to be very fortunate there that he didn't have to see any other cards.
I wouldn't have been happy.
Shows the threes. All right, so smallish pot there, but a nice pickup for Steam Dola. So, and 50 bucks to his stack.
You want to follow us on Instagram, do so tch.atx. Main account at Texas Card House on both Twitter and the Gram, and tch.dallas for a Dallas location. Follow along, get updates, like our posts. Yeah, best way to kind of stay up to date on what's happening up there. So, well, we continue. On our 1-3 match of stack, players can start the first hand with a max of 1,000. At that point, it is match the top stack on the table. Game that runs regularly here at Texas Card House. You can see the background there on your screen. The 1-3 game. It's a regular part of our schedule, and I think we're starting to see more players kind of pop into it now. And as T-Nugs here with the rebuy, the raise up here to 25. They say it off. Leo here for the action with 6-3 off.
Yeah, Leo kind of running into a couple of tough spots earlier. Now he's kind of putting his foot down. He says, well, I'm going to take this out of the straddle with the 6 high. T-Nug's going to turn an unbeatable hand with the aces full. We're going to keep checking. T-Nug's trying to let him catch something. That's 20 there on the end, and Leo just going to let it go. Yeah, so, okay, so, yeah, I wasn't quite sure what had just happened there with those tip chips going in, but it was just catching up on some tipping. As, yeah, those the sort of yellowish chips there, $1 tip chips. Players have to use those here in the state of Texas instead of the white $1 chips in order to appreciate their dealers.
Nick from Yuma chiming in that says Wes would be blowing them all away if he was still producing content. Yeah, I agree. J-Stack says, I don't want to speak negative to any vlogger as it's all a learning experience. Rampage is growing, and I believe his channel and play will grow as well. Yeah, there's one side of it, too, that I think if you're constantly in that mode of, like, I'm putting out content, I'm playing a lot of hands, or I'm, like, you would think in theory over time, like, your game should kind of evolve. I've just not seen enough of his content, but a lot of people seem to be pretty entertained by it. This was Cutchall stuff, though. That was really entertaining, and I think he waits for a vaccine, and who knows, maybe we'll see him reemerge at some point. But
all right. As we've got a couple of really raggy hands here down on the bottom end of the nut low sort of territory. Jason here with King High. Not that much better, but with the best hand, and nobody catches up here. So Jason, best hand if we go to showdown, but Will does appear to be cutting out some betting chips. And does Jason have the heart to call with King High? He does.
It's just like,
he's like, there's no way you got the goods here. King High like a boss. I love it.
He didn't even like flinch too. It's just like, oh yeah. He's an interesting player, man. I'm glad we got him on the stream here for this one. So
Yeah, no messing around. Be careful if you try to bluff. Man, Jason here, he's gonna look you up light.
yes.
Tyler up over 3K. Yeah, sitting on a really nice stack there after that Tyler on Tyler violence.
TNT, you say?
Yeah, yeah, it was full-blown cannibalism. Let's see here. So we've got ourselves a single straddle to $6, and it looks like a smooth call. Yeah, smooth call here under the gun. Ace 9 of clubs comes around over to Jason. He says, no, I have Cowboys, and we will be playing for $65 now. May get everyone to fold out, though. We're all the way back to Daytona Scott, who hasn't been playing a lot of hands. He's like, oh, I wanted to see a flop.
Jason picks it up here with kings. See some of our percentages. I think Daytona Scott's been able to really actually get a flop here tonight. But if you want to join us here in the chat, by all means, be able to do so. Otherwise, hit the like. We're at 68 like. That's a decent, steady pace here tonight. I make sure to share the link, click subscribe. As see, can we get over 12,300 here by the end of the night? Time will tell. Hey, Ron. Time will tell.
Time will tell, but you know what? One thing that I'm pretty sure of is that in the next couple of minutes here, perhaps 1 minute even, we could get some of the fine folks here in the chat who haven't already hit that like button. Do us a favor, man. Go ahead and just reach out and smack that like button for us. Help us out. If we can get up to 100 here in the next little bit, that would be really, really fantastic. Help us out a lot. Help us get this program out to more viewers. So thank you guys very much for tuning in and helping us get this
we'll
out
take
to
a
a larger
hypothetical
audience.
shot of something like.
Oh, we could take a very real one. If you don't recall, we do have this sitting over in the corner.
Whatever happened to the whiskey? But we could. I don't know. Is that one you do a shot of like?
Carolyn says that she's going to do 3 of these. If you know.
3 for every one.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, exactly.
You can see some really interesting stuff on the action track. A raise 3,000. How did that happen?
Yeah.
385, 7. Yeah. No, that's.
Anderson here betting his bottom pair. I guess he's turning it into a bluff, but Leo's going to call him with second pair of 9s. Gonna get looked up there. Leo gonna take down a pot of 150 bucks. As we look at our chip counts here, Tyler, king of the castle here, 3.1K. Will, distant second, but 1.5K for his stack. Daytona Scott bringing up the bottom of the chip counts here, just over $200. As we continue here on TCH Live, 1-3, match the stack Thursday. How are you guys doing? Let us know in the chat how y'all are doing. Where are you watching from? Let us know from around the globe. Hopefully we get some folks in from Antarctica or the nether regions of the planet.
It is that time. Hit us up in the line. We'll read it off here in the chat as long as it's like semi-legit, real place. Do love knowing where all our viewers are tuning in from. Hit us up here in the chat right now. It is an order by Aaron. It's like, do it now. Why haven't you done it already?
Get to the
what
chopper.
You waiting for, huh? Think you're better than me?
Oh, man.
All right.
We've got ourselves a raise here from Leo. King, queen, offsuit in the cutoff. Gonna get 3 more callers here from the blinds and straddles. So going 4 ways to a flop. Ace high here, couple of clubs. Leo with the king of clubs and a gutter. Gonna check to him. He should definitely continue, and he will. And he's gonna go 35 here, a little over half pot. I like that. Jason's gonna look him up with his gutter and king high as well. So, and he's gonna drill his. So Jason running hot here. King Jack was good earlier with just king high, and now he's turned Broadway straight. Leo's gonna slow down now that he's picked up a pair and showdown value. Club here on the end. Gonna slow the action down even further. Leo gonna turn his hand over triumphantly and find out that no, he's losing to the Broadway straight.
Now, we got people checking in. Westchester, baby, says fraught with peril. Portland, Boston, Sup, Loic Leno, and France.
Oh, excellent.
Wayne Patterson, Winnipeg, Canada, Manitoba. I was like, what the hell, MB? All right, Carlos Garcia at A&M, Jeremy in LA, Jeff Kirkwood out there in Minnesota.
Minnesota.
JTN at downtown Tulsa, Cormac in London, the UK, Anarchy in the UK, Russell Oxford, Bakersfield, California, Mock in Australia, Mason in Norway, Connor in Clemson, Connor here in the chat.
All right. Cool. We got a very, very good, diverse mix of folks watching from around the planet. So thank you all for joining us and welcome. We are 3 likes shy of 100, and I'm gonna pour a little taste of this Deep Eddy vodka and drink it straight because you know what? I'm a real man and I want to put some hair on my chest, you know. So let's do it. Battle of some massive premium hands here. Jason, Jack Deuce, Leo 6'5", both of the offsuit variety, but Leo is going to make a pair and have a hammerlock on this hand. Jason looking for a jack and a jack only. Not going to get bailed out this time, so Leo will win if we go to showdown. But Jason's going to fire 50 bucks, and Leo's going to be put in a spot here with his 4th pair. Oh, no, never mind. He just snaps it off. He says, no way you got something. And Leo's right. He's going to win with the pair of 6s, so good on him.
Nick from Yuma says, I sleep in the chat box. That's his current location. Jamie Craven in the UK, in London, Bernie in Arkansas. Let's have a weekend at Bernie's up there in Arkansas. Tajai, Supreme Ultimate Playing Cards, Miami, Florida. Bob and NC, who always turns off the chat, so interesting.
Well, welcome back to the chat.
Yeah, no, he turns off the commentary, and he just joins the chat.
Oh, so. I see. Oh, I was like, okay, you turn off the chat most of the time. Understandable, but turning off the commentary. Perhaps also understandable at times. But
yeah, sometimes, man. Like,
we have breached the 100 like mark, though, so you guys did it. I'm digging into this. This is going to be fantastic.
We got Sion in Wales, Andrea saying, hey, hey, Andrea. I think that is TCH Andrea, if I'm not mistaken.
Andrea.
Kinky Panda, Ireland here. Another where such thing is. Isn't that the whole point is that the pandas aren't kinky? That's why there's been such a slowdown in the panda population. They're just not.
They're not kinky enough?
Well, like they're not reproducing at a very high rate here, Aaron.
Oh, I was like, well,
saying,
you know,
like,
someone needs to get them some leather chaps.
More pandas.
They need some leather chaps like stat, you know. I mean, get it in there. Some chains.
That's a possibility. I'm not a zoologist, but sometimes I pretend to be one here in the chat as we've got 7s up here for Jason. 7s and 8s. Anderson here with straight draw the overs.
Yeah, Jason going to check it over. Anderson cutting out a bet here. He's going to put out what looks like 55 here, 2/3 pot size bet. Jason not going anywhere. He says, I think my 2 pair is still good. Get a 4 here on the end, so Anderson going to brick out. Jason with the best hand. And we're going to showdown. Jason going to win another pot, so he is hot right now on a little bit of a heater, winning, I don't know, maybe 3 out of the last 4 pots he's played, so good on him. All right, let's see how this Deep Eddy vodka tastes.
Yeah, how is it? Just give me an honest review.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's really good. That's like, it's very sweet, actually. You know, some vodka will just kind of like kick you right in the shins with the overbearing aroma and whatever flavor that is vodka, but this is actually quite good.
Did you want to just come in here and play Preston's hand?
All right.
Distilled 10 times. Yeah, it was that 10th time that really did it. No, it really, it made it.
So you guys just going to get Aaron hammered here tonight. Just keep hitting like button. Up 118. Just keep it coming. He'll keep going. I had so much after Tuesday that I just am like, I need a break from alcohol for a stretch.
Wait, after Tuesday? What happened Tuesday?
No. Well, we did it was Monday we had the 100th episode, and then Tuesday we had a really, really fantastic sports broadcast. So it was just sort of like the merging of of those two things. And I'm like, you know what? I'm getting hammered. Time to sell. And I just woke up Wednesday going, you know what? I don't want to do that.
Yeah, it's the siren song of the 30-year-old man. You know, like, oh, this is gonna be so much fun. Oh wait,
Yeah,
this actually
celebrate. You know,
it
but
wasn't
it's
fun.
all right. We got a hand going on. Steam Dola.
He's
popping
chosen
up.
this large 3-bet size again. He puts it up to 100, and yeah, he's not going to get any takers. This time, he's probably pretty happy about that, but earlier he did that with aces and didn't get a taker, so he's going to stick to that 3-bet sizing.
All right. I think there is going to be a new podcast from Poker Flops, from at Poker Flops, the Poker Podcast. Recorded that with them last week, and it's actually up. It is live. So the Poker Podcast on Spotify. There's the interview. It's about like a half hour. It's I think for a lot of our audience might know some of the answers to the questions, but did like a half-hour interview with them, just talking about the Texas Poker, a little bit of my backstory. But that apparently has dropped.
Cool. I'll have to check it out later.
Yeah, I just got kind of all the notifications on the gram right as we speak.
Yeah, somebody in the chat asking, sorry, I just lost it. What kind of, zero base asking what brand of vodka did you take a shot of? And yes, it was the Deep Eddy 10 times distilled, handcrafted, small batch vodka.
Yeah, have
from
you ever
here in
swam
Austin,
at the
Texas.
Deep Eddy pool here?
You know, I was planning on going earlier this year, and it was like, oh, cool, man. There's like this coronavirus everywhere.
Yeah,
so, like,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
you probably don't want to do that or can't. And I was like, damn, I was going to try that.
Yeah, it's a pretty actually interesting pool if you're in the Austin area. I think whenever we can be able to just go swimming again, that.
Dude, I can't wait. Yeah.
I know it's been brutally cold here for Texas. You know, it's just more of the winds, but I know there's a lot of people sitting there in Oklahoma and the Dakotas and stuff sitting there like, can you guys shut up? You do not know what cold is, and that is a fair assessment. But
Yeah.
By our standards, the drop has taken quite a bit. But warm up here with the sweet sounds of TCH Live.
That's right. And you know what? For anyone who is sort of enduring the cold winter months up north, hop on a flight, come on down and join us here in Austin. Put your name on the list if you would like to play in this game or on Monday's 5-5 uncapped No Limit Texas Hold'em game. You can email tchlivelist@texascardhouse.com or text 512-939-5364. That information scrolling along the bottom of your screen. Go ahead and reach out to us and let us know if you're coming into town and you'd like to play. We would love to have you. So let's get back into the action here. We've got a raise from Steam Dola here in the cutoff. King 9 offsuit. Jason says, you know what? I'm winning every hand I play. 5-3 offsuit. Gonna flop an open ender. Steam Dola with top 2 now here on the turn. And Leo with what is now third pair. Steam Dola gonna keep betting.
Players text live stream.
Jason not going anywhere for 110. Leo now looks down. He's like, oh, God, I can't win here. Pair of sixes. Gets out of the way. Let's see if Jason can improve here on the end.
Steam Dola looking to hold the Jason's.
8 of spades. 8 of spades.
Ah,
That's a 7.
good Lord. The Jason's going to get there on the end. It's Steam Dola coolered.
Yeah, so this is one of the cards that Steam Dola didn't want to see. Anything sort of in between a 9 and a 4 could definitely improve his opponent. But he is unfortunately going to put out a bet here. He's going for pretty big value, and he's going to get jammed on here almost certainly.
I mean, maybe he could just call if he really feels like Steam Dola would bet the upper hand, but I would be surprised. Yeah, it's a raise. I mean, Steam Dola knows it sucks right now.
Yeah, this is the unfortunate thing about putting in that last bet there. Of the size that he chose, it wasn't sort of a blockish bet. It was a full value bet. And then when you get raised, God, he's only got, 450 behind. This pot is now so big. The question in his mind is like, am I ever good, right? Like, does my opponent ever do this with 6-7? Or you know, just turn one pair into a bluff, for example. King 6 of diamonds, you know, well, no, he's got the diamond in his hand. Yeah, there's just not many hands that he could even think of that would do this for value that aren't just a straight and or a set and that he's just toast, right? So he's going through that calculation right now, but he's definitely pained. And he knows that very unlikely that, oh, he's going to go ahead and call
probably
them.
can feel like maybe he's raised with a worse two pair in that spot. Certainly, I think probably what would go through his mind, but it's, yeah, again with a 5-3, it's just such a hidden hand that I seem to look and feel like he's getting raised by hands that he's absolutely crushing.
Yeah, really tricky there, really tricky. Pretty much exactly 5-3, and you know, maybe some other, I don't know, I guess setish type hands, but that it's slow played given the flop texture didn't have a lot of flush draws, but just a really tough spot and just a nasty, nasty river there for Steve Dola as he's going to get stacked. And more chips getting shifted over in front of our man Jason, so running well.
I'm going to take a little breather here, come back in like 5 minutes if you guys need a drink, water, anything.
I'll take a water, yeah.
Oh, okay, all right, I'll come back with that.
Excellent. All right, Mikey going to step out of the booth, get himself some breathing air as we will continue on. Steve Dola going to go ahead and sit out for a moment as he contemplates the amount of his rebuy. So we will continue here with $3 big blind, no straddle. Anderson under the gun, looking down at something that he likes well enough to limp in. Ace-4 offsuit, pretty ambitious limp. Under the gun here, T-Nugs now in the hijack. Queen-8 of diamonds, going to take this as an opportunity to raise, takes it up to 15. Jason says, you know what, I've won enough chips in the last few hands. I'm going to go ahead and fold the Jack-Deuce offsuit. Prestige, though, he's coming along. Tyler as well. We could have more Tyler on Tyler violence as we're going 4 ways to a flop here. 8 of spades right in the window. Steve Dola not in the hand. Anderson here is going to flop a gutter. Tyler with effectively second pair. T-Nugs, though, with top pair and the best hand. And the pre-flop aggression. So he's going to continue his story after Anderson puts out this very smallish bet. Going to take it up to $60 now. And Prestige, who also has top pair here, but with a worse kicker, is going to make the call here. 2 players going to the turn. T-Nugs and Prestige. Battle of the 8s. 6 of hearts here, probably going to slow down the action. Neither player with a heart or 2 in their hand. T-Nug's going to check it over to Prestige, who's going to put out a sort of strange $75 bet here. And yeah, Tyler T-Nug's going to be compelled to call there for that size. It just doesn't look like a flush bet. 4 here on the end. Going to brick it out for Prestige. T-Nug's going to check it over. We're going to go check, and Prestige going to find out the bad news. He was value owning himself there with that bet on the turn. So T-Nug's going to pick up a nice little pot there and profit about 200 bucks. So getting himself back into the black. Moving along here, TCH live here on Thursday. 1-3 match the stack. Hope you guys are doing great. Thanks you all for joining us. As we are up to 121 likes, so thank you guys very much. 560 people watching the stream at the moment. Very nice to have you here on Thursday. Looking forward to some more fine broadcasts later this weekend here on Sunday as we have our $150 Mega Stack 6K guarantee tournament. Starts at 2 p.m. Final table should get going and live streamed somewhere between, 6:30, 7:30, something like that of Central Time. To see you here joining us for that. Hopefully we'll have another good turnout. So we've been blasting the guarantees here recently. If you are in the area, would like to play some tournament poker, why don't you come on down and join us. Get yourself on the live stream final table. We've got ourselves a raise here from Tyler on the button. 7-3 offsuit. He says, you know what, if you're going to fold to me, I'm going to raise here. Leo, though, in the small blind, going to come along with the king-jack offsuit. And Jason, who I guess had limped here on the hijack, ace-8 is going to come along as well. Everyone going to miss this. Tyler with a gutter ball. And check to him, so he's going to continue his story. Very good chance that this gets through. Depending on the sizing, though, this looks like 30 bucks. Okay. Half pot size bet. Leo going to get out of there with his king high. Now Jason, does he look him up with the ace high? He does not. Tyler going to win it with the 7 high. So 7-3 like a boss. Don't forget also that in addition to our Sunday tournament, we have our Saturday tournament as well, starting at 4 p.m. $100 second chance tournament. You can buy in for $100. If you make it through to the break on that first bullet, you can add on for another $100. Double your stack up, or add on another starting stack, I should say. Or if you are unfortunate enough to bust before registration closes, you are eligible for one re-entry for $100 as well. That tournament has a $2,000 guarantee for first place, so come in and check us out here on Saturday as well for a $100 second chance tournament. Continuing the action here, we've got Jason limping in from middle position here, king-9 offsuit. Prestige going to bump it up with the queen-7, not afraid to mix it up. Anderson getting out of the way. Will here in the big blind, ace-jack offsuit. Just going to put in the smooth call here, so going to play out of position. And that'll bring Jason in as well. So we've got 3 middling hands here. We went to a flop, king 7-5. So Jason going to flop the best of it yet again. Andy's got backdoor hearts. So, oh, well, you know, why don't you just give the man another king as well? So he is looking very good here with the hammer lock on this hand. I bet 65 Prestige now with second pair and a decent kicker. And he's just going to get out of the way. So interesting play to just fold the queen-7 there. Honestly, when the king pairs on the turn, that's generally fairly safe for a hand like queen-7, but he's just going to get away from it and save himself some chips. So a little bit unorthodox, and it's going to work out for him. As we move along here, Thursday night 1-3 match the stack. Take another sip of this delicious beverage. Man, I am really liking this. I could drink this neat, no problem. Definitely doesn't, you know, roll your eyes up in your head like the good old stuff that I drank back in undergrad. The good old days of McCormick's and Skull right out of the plastic bottle. You know, you use your key, pop off that little pour spout, and then, you know, just get absolutely silly with your mates out on campus. So, you know, just the good old days. As we continue here, we got ourselves a raise from early position. T-Nugs bumping it up, ace-jack offsuit, and Steam Dola put in the flat call, ace-10 of spades. Will's going to come along, 9 deuce, why not? And Daytona Scott, he's got 7-4 clubs. Okay, I guess the 9 deuce actually did let it go. So Daytona Scott just going to call out of the big blind, 7-4 clubs. Going to make second pair. All right, our man Mikey back in the house, bringing me some hydration station. Daytona Scott here with the best hand. Check calling the continuation bet from T-Nugs. Ace here on the turn. Going to give T-Nugs the best hand. Steam Dola picks up a pair as well, but he is out-kicked. Daytona Scott now moving into a distant third. Ah, you got the old butt fingers, huh?
Yes.
Otherwise known as Nutter Butters, but, you know, to each his own. So Steam Dola going to put it in the call. As we go to a river, and it's a 10. Steam Dola binks the river. T-Nugs getting coolered again. He is going to slow down. Yeah, the other aces that he was beating are now fewer and far more further between. However, one would say that because Steam Dola indeed has just binked the heck out of that thing. Now he's thinking about how big he can go for value. I like something around half pot, maybe a little bit bigger. He doesn't want to size up too much. And indeed, he's going to bet 225. I think that's the perfect sizing. T-Nug's going to snap him off there. Shows the ace-jack. And flicks it in disgust. So our man T-Nug's just getting a little bit run over by the deck tonight.
Yep, that's unfortunate for him, and Steam Dola gets a little bit back, but catching up with all y'all in the chat again. Poker Flops, the Poker Pro podcast, did an appearance on that, and that one just dropped there. As you can search for that on Spotify. I think there's like a YouTube link as well. Wasn't expecting to have it drop like during the show, so I just kind of go double check to see, give it a little look, but T-Nog's a little unlucky on that. Mike Youngblood here with Aaron, super producer Carolyn, Thursday, 1-3 Matza stack. That's all right, Aaron. It's time to put on Prime and put on some Thursday night football for both of us to enjoy here.
All right.
The punchless Falcons right now against the Panthers. Somebody in there, I think in the chats, and they had the -1 on Carolina. So, decent Thursday night game. All right, let's put her on. Baseball's done, so it's kind of like football's the only one that really left standing right now. As NBA's done, baseball's done, so now we're kind of back into just it's NFL and NCAA right now.
Yeah, so taking a look here at my starting lineup. I've got Kyler Murray here on the bench tonight because of the Arizona Cardinals bye. Sticking in Teddy Bridgewater, Robbie Anderson, and Young Ho Koo for Thursday night football. So let's see if my guys can put up some points.
That's what we're rooting for here tonight. We're rooting for Aaron's fantasy team.
Absolutely. I am at 5-2 with a chance to take over my division lead here. So looks like Falcons off to a hot start here in the red zone. All right, Will here with a pair of 5s in pretty bad shape up against Prestige in the 9-6. Put in a big old bet of 75. And yeah, that looks like a bluff. And Will, sure enough, is going to call brick here on the end. So Prestige with the best hand if we get to showdown. Checks it over. Will going to check behind, and he's going to find out the bad news. He's like, wait, what? Yeah, no, understandable. That is a tricky spot to be in when your opponent sizes a bet that just looks like, well, you would never bet a 6 this way or an ace, right? It's just too big. Well, nope, that's what he had. So.
Hey, we got our guy Sage here in the chat. Says, cheers, fellow D-Gents and Donkeys. Sage on our Legends game on Monday night. Best wishes there to our good friend there. Chiming on in to say hello as we continue here on Thursday night match the stack TCH Live. So, looks like the Falcons have been stuffed. So chance for your kicker there to tack on some points there.
All right, Koo, get him in there. Boot it through for 3 points here. I'll take it. So yeah, that man been putting up some good field goal numbers this season. 15 of 16.
Yeah, I lost Dak.
16 of 17.
I lost OBJ. So now it's a little more fun. It's more of a challenge. Like you lose some stars here, and how do you adjust? So
I also had OBJ, so yeah, I had to punt him out the airlock, and I picked up. I was able to get. I'm drawing a blank here for a second. My man Antonio Brown, got him off of the waiver wire. So
see if, he gets back out there on the field. That's still waiting after week 9. But we got a flop here. 8s and 10s. Prestige. Michigan here with King High. We're going to have a bet lead by Jason and presumably a fold. Prestige. Sometimes we'll get spicy here and just say, all right, let's see a turn, see if maybe I can bluff at it.
Oh yeah, he's got an overcard, backdoor hearts. He's going to pick up the heart right there. So Prestige definitely going to continue. Jason, though, not slowing down. He's going to put out 65. That's a 3/4 pot size bet, if not more. Prestige going to look down and be like, well, I didn't float the flop to fold now.
Nope.
Puts the chips in. Pot has bloated up to over $200 now. And a deuce of clubs on the river, always what you want when you've got a flush draw.
Kind of surprised
Apart
maybe
variety.
Jason wouldn't go for a bet call or a check call spot here. He's going for value on the end. His leads with 100. People asking what's on top of his head. That is a tattoo. That is
Is a
one
Jason
of
mask,
the
right?
most badass things ever.
Yeah, it's a Jason Myers mask on top. So, yeah, pretty cool, especially given that
It's Halloween coming up. It's more on brand is that to have that here on the stream.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. Do you have a costume? Are you
No,
doing anything?
I got one for my dog. I got a pirate costume, but I've not. I'm sure maybe I could concoct one and just, if I absolutely had to, I could just be like Andy Dwyer from Parks and Rec. Like I've always kind of got the beard for it. I kind of look like Chris Pratt when he was fatter. So like now he's all like ripped and people hate him online now. So, but if I had to, but I think Saturday I don't. I'm just probably gonna keep the lights off, and so I don't have any candy for it.
Okay, gotcha.
Not that nobody really comes around apartment complexes for trick or treat, so that's.
I don't know though.
That's not now another divisive topic. Like, should we allow trick or treating here in the age of COVID-19?
Yeah.
I don't know. That sparks some fire debate that I do not want to get into. So let's not. Chat topic of the night: favorite Halloween movie. Nick from Yuma, the clutch question. Clutch question. What is the best Halloween movie?
Like of that franchise, or like,
just
like horror
a
film in
best,
general?
of the kind of the genre. Like,
Okay. Yeah.
because we got to be sure, like we're speaking to like specifically, it's not just horror, but it's, I don't know. Well, we got the Prestige jamming here right now. Is some dead money out there. Leo also with Ace 10. T-Nogs would have had a chance here against these guys, but not going to gamble just as much. So it's going to be an all-in dueling Ace 10s, 229 in here for Leo. So they'll have a little bit to potentially chop up here.
Yeah, so this was a perfect opportunity to slow roll the chop, but Leo, not of that mindset, going to quickly turn it over himself.
A lot of hearts out there, but
they're running it 3 times. Too. All right, let's see if anybody can pick up their suit.
just doesn't look like it.
More spades? No, not going to happen. So those players are just going to pull their money back. Yeah, this sort of would have been the perfect time for Leo to have kept his cards face down, hemmed and hawed, and kind of looked at all 3 boards and been like, I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. Everyone thinks he's beat, and then he turns over the same hand.
Nick, Nick from
go.
Yuma here with their answer to the best Halloween movie. Says Ernest Scared Stupid. I don't even know if I need to see any more names of any other movies. I think that's probably it. All right, we'll give some consideration. Andrea saying Hocus Pocus.
Oh, yeah, both old school, man. These are digging deep there. I like it.
The Nightmare Before Christmas. The Usual Suspects is The Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. So we got to ban The Usual Suspect. No, I kid. Connor Rucker, who do y'all think will win the college football natty? I think it's going to go to the Ohio State this year. That's my pick.
Huh.
The
Okay.
Ohio State, unfortunately. As much
Bold pick.
as,
I mean, obviously they're good, but yeah.
no, we'll see what we
haven't
actually
had a
get.
Midwest team win the national
They
championship.
have been
in a
just
minute.
dominant for the last couple of years in a level that the Big 12, that the Big 10's generally. I don't know. I got a funny feeling about them. They have rooting interest. Broadcast for one guy for a couple of his games, and then went on to Ohio State. It's like a. So we got queens and nines here for Tyler and the Prestige bottom pair.
Yeah, quick check there on the flop after we just had a limp. We're going to go bet 25, call 25. Ace on the end, probably going to get check, but no. Prestige is going to value own himself with another $25 bet. Sort of curious, but Tyler going to quickly make the call and ship the pot.
Let's see. Matt Benjamin with an interesting suggestion, but it is not a Halloween movie. Neil Canfield says Halloween. Aviat says Beetlejuice. Is that really a Halloween movie? But I don't. Nah.
Another classic though, Beetlejuice. That's a good one.
Nightmare on Elm Street, hands down. Moose Duty with a classic answer. Hunter Biden's laptop is pretty scary. That's why Moose Duty is in my top 5 of chatter. So, well-timed sarcasm. Here in the chat, you guys can hit that like button, chime in. Favorite, Gary C. It says Moose Duty. So trying to summon Beetlejuice, I guess. Hasn't ever worked for me, and I've tried it many times.
Yeah, I mean, you're really hitting the jackpot if it ever works. But looks like we're going 4 ways to a flop here. 4 players with napkins, and Prestige probably going to flop, yeah, the best equity here with a couple of diamonds. Jason with a gutter. Anderson with second pair. We're going to hit a 3 here on the turn. Going to give Leo a pair. Prestige now, equity dropping off as Anderson's 8 deuce is best and out in front by a wide margin. He's going to bet 25. Jason going to look him up with the gutter. Leo getting out of the way. Prestige coming along to try to find a diamond, and he won't get it. So Jason is going to pick up a pair here, but still Anderson with the lead, or with the best hand. Let's see if he goes for value. No, he's just going to check it down. So Anderson going to take this pot. 140 bucks shipping his way with the 8 deuce.
Yep. It's just said, sometimes dresses like a Bond villain.
Ooh, that might have been interference, but we're not going to get a flag. Yes, we are. All right, that looked like a little bit of no looking back from the defender.
Yeah, watching that Falcons-Panthers game. If you want to watch NFL games, college football games here at Texas Card House Austin, we got the TVs on as we see our plus minuses here. Tyler up, Jason up, Will up, and everybody else down. But still about 2.5 hours to go here in the cash game for plenty of ground to make up. And if you have checked out TCH Dallas, you've been up there, hit us up here in the comments. Let us know what you thought. Did you have a good time? Did you bank big stacks? But people chiming in their favorite Halloween movies, some that aren't Halloween movies. We're going to have to go to our judge Google here to see just what exactly qualifies.
Let's see, Tyler here calling 14 in the small blind. Leo calling as well. Don't fully understand. Oh, okay, so yeah, Anderson was here in the straddle with the kings. Then he bumps it up. Will in the second straddle going to make the call with the king 8, and Leo, who had limped in from the big blind, going to call with the 8-6, and we're going to take ace king 3 flop. 2 diamonds here, so Anderson flopping middle set, but Will with the queen high flush draw. Anderson going to go ahead and bet out 100. Will just going to put in the smooth call, and Leo going to be like, well, I pretty much whiffed that as hard as I could, and throws his cards into the muck. Let's see. A diamond here on the turn. Will gonna turn the flush straight away. Anderson reaching for chips too. So he is setting himself up for maximum pain. Gonna put out a bet of 325 too. So really committing himself to this pot. Will now can safely jam given the stack size behind from Anderson. Let's see if that is the play that he chooses, or if he continues to play this passively. He does appear to be just cutting out calling chips, but we will see if that's what he's got in mind. He's still thinking this over. Now, he's going
with the raise.
Yeah, and I do like this. If you were going to bluff, you do it now, not on the river. So this is the only way that you could convince Anderson that you are bluffing, or could be. So he's going to go ahead and put in that raise now, and it's not even for all of Anderson's chips. So effectively it is, but as of right now, Anderson just on the hook for 450, but he's going to ship it in. Will going to snap him off, and we are looking for a board pair, or Anderson is going to get stacked. 8 of hearts, not going to do it.
Will now going to be up to 2,600. Just going with the run at one time, and it's about $1,200 profit there on that hand for Will. And tough one for Anderson, but again, a lot of time left here in this stream, and there's certainly been no fear by most of this table to get some money on. But
yeah, that's just a cooler. I mean, you wake up in the straddle with kings, you make it 65, you somehow get 2 players to put a bunch of money in there, just way behind, and then you just get wrecked after you flop a set. So yeah, got a feel for Anderson there. That's one of those low percentage cooler type situations, but he is going to get stacked. Looks like he's going to hold on to some chips there as he's going to reach into his pocket, pull out some dollar bills, and reload here. As it appears that the Carolina Panthers have just scored a touchdown. Curtis Samuel catching a touchdown pass from my man Teddy Bridgewater. So I'll get some points there. I was hoping that that would be my man Robbie Anderson taking it to the house, but can't complain.
all right, Bob is saying Leprechaun. I think that Leprechaun is a hot. I mean, there's kind of a distinction either between, like, is it a Halloween movie or is it just a scary or spooky-ish movie with maybe some elements? So it's sort of like, it's kind of a fractured question to it. Rizzy saying TCH Dallas is sick, really enjoying my time there. Awesome. Child's Play by Nick from Yuma Puppet Masters. Friday Night, the original. Beetlejuice is not being considered a Halloween movie as a threat to our democracy. Well, that's a hot take.
Yeah, some deep emotions here coming
Yeah,
out.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying, like, okay,
Yeah, I mean, anytime you get
let's
into
define, like, is it something that happens on Halloween? The story has something involving Halloween. Like, it's the nitty-gritty details that they fight it out practically in the courts about. And even with the hired attorneys, I don't know if we have clear answers.
yeah, so I guess that was a handoff to Curtis Samuel. That wasn't even
Oh,
a pass.
wasn't even a pass.
So, man, I don't
He's
even get credit
multidimensional,
for
man.
that.
You just got Samuel there.
I did. That was pretty gross.
But you see Tyler there getting a massage from Texas Royal Touch. $1.50 a minute. Relaxation at the fingertips of the licensed massage therapist. Unfortunately here he's going to feel a little more pain, as most likely going to face a re-raise here by Will out of the straddle of Ace King.
Absolutely, he is. And yeah, T-Nugs with a shortish stack here, gonna get raised. He does have position. So raised to 90, so 65 into a pot that's gonna go up to 185 if he calls. So he's getting about 3 to 1. Yeah, I mean, the odds are almost right, but it's just really tough to play. And he is gonna let it go, so definitely don't mind that at all, given the short stack he had behind. If he called there, he's basically committed. Just such a significant portion of his stack. And he doesn't even have the option of taking over with a stop-and-go sort of donk lead either. So if his opponent showed any aggression and he missed, he was just going to have to let it go. So gets away from it there. Nice and easy. 25 bucks gone, but lives to fight another day.
I love Tally says, I'm still afraid of Candyman. See, the Blair Witch House, where the Blair Witch Project getting a lot of votes and suggestions. I never actually, like, watched that entire movie.
Wait, the Blair Witch Project, really?
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
man, when it came out, remember how,
everybody
like,
was
crazy
like, this
it
is
was?
amazing, and I just never turned it on. Like, I'm not a scary movie guy. I'm not, like, opposed to it, but it's sort of like if I want to see entertainment, I'm just kind of gearing it towards, like, it either makes me really think or it makes me laugh. I don't know. Maybe somebody can explain to me the desire to see movies that scare the shit out of you. Like, I don't quite, I get it, but I don't get it. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's understandable, but that is one of the memories that I will actually, I mean, for how silly it is and how, like, meaningless it is, it's sort of a memory that I'll cherish because it was such a big event when the Blair Witch Project came out, and I went and saw it in the theater and was shoulder to shoulder, like we were at capacity.
Really?
Everyone was watching on the edge of their seats. People were like screaming and crying. People were losing it because of like the whatever. Like I mean, it was reaching into the American psyche and just like tickling
It's really
something.
kind of like that, like just like our live chat does with each and every one of these shows. They're bunched in together, hanging on by every other word. Tears
and we're happy
and
to have you guys.
screams alike.
Absolutely.
So it looks like we're going to have ourselves a PLO bomb pod. I think Tina's going to have 200 more. As it freaked my wife out, says Bob. Ethan saying Scream made a phone ring scary. Scream was, yeah, that was.
I loved that movie. That was fantastic.
Yep, you had that run where those masks were kind of cool, the Scream masks.
Yep.
Then it was kind of parodied pretty well by like Not Another Teen Movie, like.
It had the right mixture of like horror and comedy, which I do think that if I'm gonna watch like a horror movie, I either like it to blend genre with like science fiction,
Yep.
where I can kind of get into like, oh, this is some like pretty cool off the wall stuff,
Right.
or blend it in with some comedy, and it's like, oh, you get the comedic relief. Then it's like, oh, this is kind of a tense situation, but yeah. As we're going to get ourselves, as you mentioned, a PLO bomb pot. Looks like Prestige going to sit this one out. The rest of our players getting in here, play some 4-card up against each other. Jason with a pretty good starting hand here pre-flop, but as we all know, in the great game of Pot Limit Omaha, it all comes down to the flop, turn, and river. And that hand not going to connect very well with it. 7% equity for Jason. Anderson, however, with the club draw, Queen 10 of clubs.
Steam Duel, though, going to take a lead at it with the open ender, just electing to maybe get a feel for the board texture around. Unfortunately, he's got a couple of Queen 10s here that could outdraw him.
Yeah, that's really the tricky part about putting in a bet with the dummy end of the open ender, too, is that, yeah, it's just sort of.
Yeah, I guess he does have backdoor diamonds, but I'm not sure he's making that bet specifically with that in mind. We have Daytona Scott putting in a raise, and we've not seen him put many chips in, so I'm probably going to guess what I see no jacks out there have probably, I think that's probably a set.
Or it could be ace-high clubs as well, unless I missed something. We haven't seen the biggest clubs out there. So, yeah, it could be something like a wrap with nut flush draw. It could be a set, as you say. So, yeah, T-Nugs has already released his hand. We are just waiting for the action tracker and all of the information to get put in by super producer Carolyn. So, we will get, looks like a fold, perhaps a couple of folds over there.
Yep.
Coming back around to Jason, he's going to let this go.
Oh, he's I think if he had clubs, he might. I mean, Anderson now has the kind of hand that it's.
No, and Anderson's going to let this go too. So Daytona Scott, we're not going to know what he had, but it was good enough to get it through with a big raise.
Moose Duty St. Pee Wee's Big Adventure. Tell him Large Mark sent ya. Nick from Emo, what was scarier, LL Cool J and Anaconda or Deep Blue Sea? Man, giant snakes will always, I don't know, snakes or sharks. I'm trying to differentiate between what's more terrifying. Like, one's more realistic, but Anaconda was another one of those just really terrible movies. Deep Blue Sea was a good, bad movie. A fucking shark ate me.
So do you actually have a fear of certain like animals or insects or creatures of some sort? Like, are you good with spiders?
I don't mind spiders. I'm not like Brother Nature, where I'm like, here, Mr. Spider, come on. I'm just like safe distance. I'm not.
Okay.
Not
You
freaking out
socially
at the sight
distance from spiders, but you're not about to smash them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I actually really like spiders, and pretty much anything like, you know, creepy, crawly, whatever, I'm like pretty fine with.
Yeah.
I will say that of all of the creatures that I've encountered, the ones that I find the least tolerable are centipedes.
Yep.
They
Something about
just
that
kind of
just freaks me. It
Yeah, they got too many legs, and they move like this really wavy movement, and they're so freaking fast.
Yes. Murder hornets.
Yeah, I don't think those ones are as dangerous to you. I don't know. Maybe I could be. They're poisonous? Those big long ones? Okay, okay, maybe you're right. I don't know enough about the ecology here. Yeah. So. Yeah. So I grew up in Colorado, and we had the centipedes and scorpions that you really had to watch out
for. You had to really deal with rock you like a hurricane on a lot.
Indeed, yeah. No, they'd come out of nowhere and they would just rock you, and you would be hurricaned right into the dirt.
It's really stressful and scary because it's a very German band just kind of hanging out there.
Do love the Scorpions, man. What a great band.
Yeah, for all the reputation I think of Texas, I've not seen many snakes here. It's just I don't think I've gone far enough outside of the city at the territory where I tend to see them. I have seen more deer and coyotes to a degree within the city than I think I probably have snakes, but I'm also not like I've yet to see one. I'm still very like if I'm in the grass at night, like I'm keeping my effing eyes out for one.
Okay, yeah. As we've got 3 hands with cards 9 and lower on a King Jack 10 flop here, so whoever bets at this is likely going to pick it up. Will says, I'll take it, and he's going to go ahead and bet out, and sure enough, take it down. So Will uncontested, picking up the pot. Yeah, so I'm partial to the turtles here, honestly. Big fan of all the turtles. Oh, God, super producer Carolyn showing me just a horrifying picture of a giant red-headed centipede. I mean, wait, these things live here in Texas? I'd never want to encounter one of those in my existence. Like, that looks to me like probably the freakiest looking creature that you could just ever come up with. It's like crawling on top of a broom. I'm sure this is just like search giant red-headed centipede on Google and it's your first result or something. But yeah, that you can just keep that away from me. You want one of those? Maybe a pet?
I think I've seen some of those, yeah.
You've seen? Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, yeah. That doesn't necessarily, like, I'm not, like, I don't know. I'm kind of just grossed out by a lot of stuff, so.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something about the construction of that creature that doesn't sit well with me. But yeah, I'm happy to hang out with spiders.
My dog chases all kinds of bugs, so I think there's no bug he's not afraid of. It's very...
Well, that's the joy of being a dog, you know.
Exactly.
I mean, anything that moves, I'll eat it.
Let's see.
All right, Anderson here. He has called this raise to 30 with the ace-3 offsuit. We're going heads up to a flop, and he's going to flop 2 pair here. Will with just king high at this point. Anderson going to check it over to him. Well, Will going to continuation bet here. Looks like maybe half pot. Not quite. 1/3 pot, 25 bucks. Anderson going to raise him. Gonna raise him up to 75 here, and Will, unless he gets really creative, is probably just gonna get out of here. But no, he's gonna say, I'll peel off for 50 bucks. Why not? Another 3 here on the turn, though. Anderson gonna fill up, and Will drawing dead to a chop. One of the last remaining 5s in the deck. Anderson, though, is going to check over to Will after that bet raise call. And Will is going to bet at this 150, and this actually looks a lot like a 5. This is kind of weird for Anderson. He can't fold yet, but no, he's not even thinking about calling. He's putting in a raise. He must just have some sort of read here. He knows exactly where Will's at to make this play, because this is one of those weird situations where like you only get better hands to call you or raise you and worse hands to fold. So I mean, is it just posturing, or he's trying to push him around, or if he actually thinks he can get value from a hand that will have that is worse? It's very confusing, but we've got a couple of stacks going at it. Men with stacks going at it here as Will in the tank trying to figure out what he wants to do. And he's going to go ahead and pitch it in. Anderson taking it down with the full house.
As we continue here on TCH Live, why don't I do a little check-in, see how it's going up there. I think up there in Dallas. Got a couple of 1-2 no limit tables or 1-3 match a stack in the main room also happening along with this one. And that tends to have a little more action on it. So the one off the string, yeah, tends to get a lot of chips there on the table, but got some short stacks here and got some big stacks there as Tyler, not Tyler, T-Nugs, sitting there with about 3,100.
The
And
artist,
got a hand.
also known as Tyler. Yeah, so Tyler here, early position. He's going to bump this up, just trying to find out his sizing. Looks like he's going to go 40 bucks. As Youngwei Koo going to kick in another field goal. So, all right, buddy, he's the only one scoring points tonight for my fantasy team. Sort of bizarre. I would have thought that Bridgewater and Anderson would have connected a little bit more, but we'll take the points we can get at this point. As we have ourselves a jam here with a short stack from Leo, ace 10 of clubs. Tyler going to go ahead and put in the call, and he is in a dominating position, so Leo going to need some help.
Yep, he is suited, so that's potential saving grace here. Yeah, it's possibly taking clubs.
Yeah, it looks like they may be running this more than once. They're going to swap outs here on this flop. 9 doesn't help anyone, and the 4 doesn't get anything done either, so that's going to be one win for Tyler. Sort of looking at each other like, is there any way that I could still be good? Oh, ace here now.
And
another ace. Chop outs.
And not going to get arrived there, so.
Yeah, Tyler going to take this down. Leo probably feeling like, hey, maybe I got one of the boards. Nope, you sure don't. So going to get stacked, reach into the wallet, and pull out a few more Benjamins. Something of that nature. So, man, Tyler just running the show tonight. This man is stacking up chips left and right and going to be our cumulative chip leader by far as we continue here on.
All right. ATX Poker, contributing a 99-cent super chat here to my dog, Dunks the Pirates.
Hey, hey.
Moose Duty asking, at Aaron, tell them how dangerous moose are. Colorado knows.
Oh my goodness, yeah. So we've got a small but growing population of moose in Colorado, and yeah, they are vicious. I mean, there's just no two ways about it.
I mean,
they're huge too.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're
these things
gigantic.
stand like 8 feet at the shoulder, and I mean, it's just like, wait, what? Like that's a real animal? It's a dinosaur.
yeah, I keep getting recurrent. I had a dream last night. I was being chased by mountain lions.
Oh, nice.
It's really weird. I've been having like animals chasing me, but not exactly wanting to kill me kind of dreams. Like they sort of can, but
Like they want to snuggle?
No, like the opposite. Like they want to attack, but they just like can't. So I don't know why I've been dreaming that way lately. Nick from you and Mike, do you guys have a TV camera where you can see TCH Dallas? No. That does not exist. ATX Poker. Hey, Mikey, ask Aaron what the word of the day is. What is the word of the day? The word of the day.
Transcendental.
Transcendental. So if any time we say transcendental during this broadcast, they'll have, just like at Pee-wee's Playhouse, confetti, loud noises. The King High Spades here for the Prestige. Will, same hand but no suit. Gonna go ahead and take it down.
Just a gutter, gonna let it go there on the turn. Prestige picking up a small pot.
All right, so sure I don't miss any some good questions. Chat talking about actresses they would never have a chance with. So let's see.
Classic.
John C. Abba's all used up. Like, yeah, okay. Like, so the guy from online is like, yeah, he's got look at those tight knees. Like, I'm like, okay, all right, fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. All right. Well, you guys just you know, bringing in all of the good stuff here in the chat. Love to see it. As Daytona Scott here going to put in a rare raise, $15. Ace-6 of hearts. T-Nug says, I got 8-7. I might make a straight or something goofy. Steam Dola also going to limp in with the 7s. And Jason, 8-5 offsuit. So we got a bunch of raggy hands going at it. And Steam Dola going to maintain the best hand here with third pair 7s in the hole. Checks to Jason on the button, who is never not betting that. T-Nug's going to get out of the way. Steam Dola now, does he want to continue with third pair? He does. Tough spot. Really got to ask yourself, what do I do on continued aggression on the turn and or river if I get there? So Steam Dola going to make the call now. Thinking about a lead, and he is. He's going to put out a lead here. Jason now. Going to fold. Very strange, unorthodox plays here on occasion. But that one's going to get through, so best hand puts out a donk lead and gets a fold. Steam Dola picking up the pot there.
All right, keep it rocking as our aggression frequencies amongst all the statistics. Again, if you have an interest in playing in this game or a 5-5 game, there's the crawler there on the bottom of your screen giving you the details. You can email TCH live list at texascardhouse.com, text 512-939-5364. That's how you would like to get in the game, especially if you're traveling out of town, from out of town, and want to be like Daytona Scott here. Get yourself on the list ahead of time. That is how you do it. Text or email. Email probably best.
Yeah, Prestige putting in a very small 3-bet here. Gonna only get one caller there, so we're going heads up to a flop here. Will out of position with the suited 10-9. Gonna flop a pair of 10s. Prestige with the one higher kicker and the best hand here on the button. Gonna bet 75. A full pot size bet here with second pair, no diamond. Will in a very tough spot here, but with the worst hand, who might have put a few more chips in the pot had it been a small enough bet. Go ahead and just fold. Prestige. A very large bet there with a pretty moderate holding, but gonna pick up the pot, so we will move on here.
Yeah. Interesting game brewing here. Panthers, Christian McCaffrey was expected to be activated, or he's first week he was eligible to come off of IR, and they still hasn't quite gotten back full to health. So I mean, in fact, Carolina's sitting here 3-4, and they haven't had arguably what was the #1 most productive player in fantasy all year. Is kind of a high mark, kind of a surprise. Is Teddy Bridgewater just going to get absolutely sandwiched into the turf?
Yeah, that was a pretty awful play right there by Teddy.
Yeah, he could have compounded that. So they got the blitz coming here from, looks like two sides. One that came straight up the gut, the running back, missed assignment, the cornerback.
Oh, okay, I didn't see that so missed assignment. Yeah, it wasn't really on him.
Yeah. He's got nowhere to go. And it's just like, oh, I'm down.
Yeah,
So
I thought he did have the running back clearing the way for him to roll out to the right, but he definitely did not. So.
Well, 3-10s here for T-Nux. Will they get any action? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, very unlikely to, especially after Steam Dola gets out of the way. The only one with 2 pair. So Tyler T-Nugs just going to pick up a small pot there. Not getting paid on his big ones. Tyler with the highest showdown percentage. Daytona Scott has not, in the entire length of this stream, gone to showdown not one time. So pretty interesting statistical outlier there for that man. But yeah, just hasn't been seeing a lot of cards to play, and the ones that he's gotten haven't really connected well with the board. So he is just going to put some hand sanitizer on and see if that shakes things up for himself. So Jason, I guess maybe wasn't at his seat because I just saw an ace-8 of spades there, and I don't expect that man would have folded that. So T-Nug's going to raise this up, king 10 clubs. Prestige going to 3-bet king queen of hearts. All right, we've got ourselves a pretty good matchup here. T-Nug's now out of position. Oh, he's just going to let that go for 45 more. All right, Prestige going to show him that he was well behind. And we'll just move on after Prestige going to pick up a small pot there, uncontested. No flop required.
All right, again, 1-3 match of stack night here on Thursdays. We had a little bit of debate as to whether or not maybe we should start thinking about making this game a 2-5 game here at TCH, or keep it maybe up 1-3. If you want to watch on the archive, want to leave us a comment, give us your thought. How about we can do the old dip the mat, press 1 for 1-3. Press 2 for 2-5. I think that is the best way
Yeah,
to
let's
get kind of an easy, just like poll. It's not a vote. It's just kind of like a poll here to the crowd. What do you guys think?
Yeah, let's see what y'all think. As we are going heads up here to a flop Prestige, king, queen, offsuit, not going to connect here. Will with 2 mystery cards. Gonna check it over. Prestige on the turn, gonna make a delayed C-bet. Will scans his cards. He's looking at 7 high. And a gutter to a 9. Gonna go ahead and get out of the way now. So Prestige will pick that one up. Add another small pot to his resume as the Carolina Panthers gonna go ahead and punt.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's some flexibility to kind of make it either or, but I wouldn't mind having a game that might be just a slight boost up here, but
yeah, I know, like, it's all about the metric, right? Like, 2-5, it sounds like a bigger game, and it may or may not play like a bigger game, but yeah, I guess, I don't know. I'll just keep coming back to whether or not the same players will play it if it changes.
Right.
And yeah, I don't know. I'd say give it a try. Like, certainly there's no harm.
Yeah,
in giving it a
Dallas
shot.
I mean, they do have like last time we checked, they had like 3 2-5 tables going. So it's
yeah, that's pretty fantastic. And is that is there a cap on
that? I
buying?
don't know. That's the part that it's kind of like that's where it gets kind of the nitty gritty of like, okay, if you were to put a game like that into place, like, would it remain? I mean, if it's going to still stay the same 1,000 cap, like, does it with a match to stack? Like,
Yeah, I mean, if you keep that aspect of it, then yeah, it almost changes nothing, right? Aside from, as we mentioned before, maybe
I just like having like bet increments of 5 versus this like 6 to 12 to 23, 63. Like, I don't know.
I tend to agree.
I think it's just smoother.
Yeah, it's like when I play 1-2 on occasion, I'll, always on my option put out the $5 straddle. Just, it does sort of, it simplifies it. You don't have everybody cutting out these, single chip denomination wagers. But as T-Nugs here has top pair here out of the big blind, Jason gonna turn 2 pair. T-Nugs getting cooler again unless he can find a 4 king or a 10 here on the end. Not sure if they're running it once or twice, 3 times. It's just a 6. Looks like we're running it again. T-Nugs needs help. Another 6. He's going to go double brick and get felted again. Jason crushing his opponents here. And yeah, T-Nugs said before the stream, I think, that he was going to fire a couple bullets. Not sure if he's got a 3rd one in the magazine or not, but so far, his tip chips are sitting on the table. He may be going to find a reload. We'll see if he can turn things around, but really tough run of it here tonight for our man, T-Nugs.
All right, ATX Poker actually had a good question. Mikey, speaking of Halloween themes, who has the best Halloween episodes? Is it Community? Is it The Office? Parks and Rec? The Simpsons. Somebody said there in the chat, Ethan. Generally, those Simpsons episodes are always. That might be what I do tonight. Is go watch some of those old Simpson episodes of the Halloween theme. Oh, I forget what they're called, but.
Did you ever watch Bones? The
What? Oh, yeah. Treehouse of Horrors every year. Did I watch Bones on Monday? Yes. Wait. No. Not to mention the word commentator. But that's why I say like Bones has been a dog's favorite commentator. So I'll just be saying Bones all the time. Be like, Bones? I have bones? I'd like a bone. That's why I think he. Anyway. But no, I never did watch the show Bones.
Yeah, I don't know. For some whatever strange reason, I got into watching that and entertaining, just sort of silliness. But the Halloween episodes in that one were always just kind of funny. I do like that, different shows will just sort of incorporate that and add in some extra little flair for the Halloween time. So
oh yeah,
it's nice to have that. As we've got 3 ways to a flop here. Steam Dola going to flop a diamond draw. Tyler with top pair, and Will here with ace queen high. Checking through to Will. Going to go ahead and put out a big bet here, 125. It's about half pot perhaps. Maybe a little under half pot, so maybe not that big of a bet. But Steam Dola now contemplating his options here, out of position. And he appears to just be putting in the smooth call. Tyler now with top pair. Interesting that he has checked. I suppose, Will must have had the pre-flop betting lead. Tyler gonna let this go. Wow, that is a tight fold, but given the actions, perhaps with the 10 kicker, not the worst decision. He would have turned trip kings, but Steam Dola gonna make the diamonds, and now this is the weird spot for Steam Dola, who did not raise with the diamonds. Now out of position, hits it, checks over, and his opponent just snap checks it back. Maybe not snap, but checks it back. So now Steam Dola gonna put a bet out there. And gonna be very difficult to get another chip out of Will. If he were to get a chip out of him, he would have to bet something around maybe $3. And he's certainly not going to do that. He's going to polarize this bet. Try to get value from a king. Had Tyler been in there, Tyler may have been obligated to call. Maybe still not for that price. Will here, of course, maybe going to hem and haw posture a little before he throws his cards away. And Steam Dola is going to pick up a nice little pot here. But will go through the motions and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, so here, I'm showing him my Dunks cam right now. I have a TV that's above it.
You have a Dunks cam? Oh my god.
Yeah. I do seriously leave like either a sportscast or a TCH live in the background when I leave my dog, just so that he can sort of still like hear me.
Yeah.
So maybe he'd be less stressed. So it doesn't really destroy much, but I was like, I had to show this to you. Just
nice.
so sleepy here. Enjoying TCH live. I still can't train him yet to hit that like button, but I know all of y'all in the chat can. Again, had a little poll there as far as press 1 for 1-3 or press 2. I think maybe you'd love to see more 2-5. So then we had another poll come in and try to kind of convolute my results. So I was like, hey, nothing against whatever you think about the election. Just don't screw up my poll, man. Mikey Tahi with the John Madden poker take. Trying to think, whittle it down to the most simple. Well, if he doesn't bet there, he's not going to win the hand. I'm going to make a big circle here, and boom, hits it right there with top pair on the foot. Like that's like John Madden broadcasting poker.
Yeah, good old days, John Madden broadcasts. Let's see here. What do we have? We got Prestige here with middle pair king kicker. Leo with an open ender. Daytona Scott and Jason here with a whole lot of nothing. Prestige going to go ahead and bet out at this 35 bucks. Leo going to call and get a couple of folds from our airball players. So let's go to a turn, see if Leo can pick something up. He is going to pick up some equity here with the deuce of hearts. So now open-ended and a flush draw. Prestige, again, we've seen him do this time and time again, betting with these marginal made hands. Gonna put 75 bucks in there, and Leo is gonna call, almost certainly. And a 10 of diamonds here on the end. Prestige still with the best hand. Let's see if Prestige continues betting. It'd be very strange, but he's gonna go all in. I just don't understand this play. And he is gonna win the pot as his opponent is going to miss everything and just lay down the 8 high very easily. So little pot there for Prestige as we move forward here on TCH Live 1-3 Match the Stack Thursday. I think we had somewhere around 150 likes there.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
anybody?
we're still 151 likes. What it looks like right now. So.
All right. Well, anybody here in the viewership who would like to help us out and has not yet already, go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, help us get this fine program out to the masses, and let other people know that we are running every Thursday, every Sunday, and every Monday night. As we continue here, it looks like Jason gonna limp in out of the small blind. Prestige gonna bump it up in the big blind. Piece 4 off. Get a call from Tyler and Jason. Go 3 ways to a flop. Ace 10-5. Prestige gonna flop top pair.
So, all right, Prestige betting.
Yeah.
Tim F saying these dudes are just clicking buttons. What a game.
Clicking.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I'd go that far, but it's maybe you could kind of compare it to button pushing. Well, 5 on the turn is going to kind of crush Jason's hand as all of his 2 pair outs are done, but he has to take kind of leads in weird spots like this, and that looks like what he's going to do here. As I would be shocked if the Prestige folds.
Yeah, so this is sort of interesting, but so Jason is here in the small blind, and he limped pre-flop and then called Prestige's raise after Jason had come in. So he does have more of the 5s than Prestige does for sure. So taking a lead at this is not terrible,
Right.
and you can kind of find out where you're at if your opponent continues, and then on these sort of brickish runouts no spade, no diamond, you can sort of check and see if your opponent will hang themselves with a bluff, but he's going to value own himself by rivering an inferior 2 pair.
Prestige might not know that he has. He's like, wait a minute, I do have the winner here.
Yeah, he hesitated there for a moment, but yeah, he's going to go ahead and turn over the best hand. And yeah, I don't mind the ambition from Jason, but I definitely think that river bet was a little bit ambitious. It's just very rare that you're going to get called by worse there.
Vic Rod says, hello guys from the Bronx, showing some love.
Nice, what's up?
Well, somebody from Denver checking in. Gunther, all good here in Belgium. I don't know what a Belgium accent sounds like, but
Yeah, probably just best to avoid trying it.
Vic Rod, where's Bart Hanson at? And Pillbilly says, I'll hit the like if Mike will do a southern drawl for us. Well, you better back up on your promise there, sir. You, sir, can't be a liar on TCH Live. All right.
Oh, that was really
how
good.
much further I wanted to go with that. That's my kind of my Bill Burr angry southerner accent.
Yeah, I mean, you can stop there, but I enjoyed it. We've got Anderson limping for $6. Will says no. Let's raise it up to 25 with the 10-9 of spades, but that brings Jason in with the unsuited 5-4. We're going 5 ways to a flop here. Some raggy hands and no one with an ace. Anderson with the best of it here with the pair of queens and the backdoor royal flush draw.
Yeah. Now we got a straight draw now for Will. Straight draw for Prestige. Straight draw for Anderson. It's saying it's the Prestige going to. He takes some unusual leads in some of these pots, and it's actually going to fold out Anderson.
My
The
goodness.
better hand in this spot. This spot as Jason get out of here with bottom pairs. Go heads up.
Yeah, I definitely think that the king queen should be calling there. But yeah, Will gonna go ahead and drill this here on the end. But again, we've got this strange situation where Prestige is betting a hand that it has showdown value of some measure. I don't know, it's just sort of strange. Will, of course, with the stone cold nuts here.
Yep.
Cannot lose to anything and only chops with another 10, so he's going to put out a raise here. I like something in the vicinity of 200 to 225. And he picked 200, so lower end of the range there. And Prestige going to sort of hem and haw here as though his hand has any actual value before he most likely folds, but I guess you just never know. I mean, what does your opponent have that you're ever beating there? Just some busted hearts that's like, you know, 7 high and has to try to bluff you. So he is going to fold, get out of the way, and Will's going to take that one down. So good run out there for Will. Picks up a nice pot. Adds 200 bucks to his stack as we continue here on TCH Live, Thursday edition 1-3. No limit hold'em. Match the stack here in beautiful North Austin, Texas.
Sorry, we got Eugene checking to the chat. Geez, let me on this table. Sergio says, sup. Ed Barrage, hey Mike and Aaron, good to hear you two commentating.
Welcome, welcome.
Yeah.
Glad to have you here tonight. As T-Nugs has reloaded, I may have just missed that a little while ago, that he's been here with us for a moment, but he is back and ready to try to spin this up with his $500. Team Dola gonna go ahead and put in a raise here. Ace-9 off in the hijack. Jason coming along with any 2 cards these days. Jason, Ace-5 offsuit. In the cutoff, Prestige, Queen, Deuce, not good enough. And we're gonna go heads up here. No, sorry, Leo did complete out of the big blind. And is gonna flop the best hand with bottom pair 4s, but Team Dola gonna c-bet. Jason gonna continue with a gutter and backdoor terrible diamonds.
Yep. Well, now Jason does turn a straight flush draw, but Steam Dola again with a better ace high, better diamond, but Jason still with some odds to potentially maybe chop here if we get a 7 or an 8, and they would have a 2 pair with an ace. But it's got sticky Jason here, running hot. Queen ball on the end, Ace-9 good if we get showdown, and that's exactly what we're gonna do. Have we seen Steam Dola with the 8 of spades yet here tonight? I don't think I've seen it.
No, he had the 3 8s. Well, he had the 3 8s with the 8 of spades that one time, right? In the PLO bomb pot. But other than that, I don't think he's woken up with it. So yeah, he's running a little bad here.
Stephen McIntyre, long time no see. Says Youngblood, what up, chat pros?
Yo, yo, yo.
I think he was being stationed or doing some training in the military. So this might be the first time we've seen Stephen here in the chat, if I'm thinking of the right person.
Well, welcome back. Good to have you.
Welcome back, my friend.
As the folding spree continues for our man Daytona, getting over to Prestige here in the cutoff, he's going to limp the 6-3 offsuit. Leo going to limp out of the small blind with the 8-6 offsuit. Anderson completes from the big blind, and Will going to check his option. We have a serious battle of the napkins here on a 9-7-4 flop. That's going to go ahead and give open ender here for Leo. Anderson with the best hand gonna get out of there with the ace high. Prestige gonna come along with his gutter to a 5 to a river ace. Leo still best with 8 high and the open ender. Prestige though checks over to him. He's gonna go ahead and bet. See, Leo not going anywhere. He is going to call, so check call there from Leo. King of diamonds here on the end. 8 high is best if we make it to showdown. Checks over to Prestige. Let's see if he can fire another barrel. No, it's check,
Oh.
check. And Leo's like, no, I got 8 high.
I got it.
And
It's
Prestige
good.
is like, no, that's good.
It's good.
Oh my God, it's amazing. I love it.
You guys want to have somebody mention in the chat Spirit Halloween? That Jason has guaranteed work every year at Spirit Halloween. Well, if you go to my Twitter right now, I just retweeted this guy, Nick Let's Go, who came up with this tweet about the Spirit Halloween theme song. So I just retweeted it at Hoops Mike. If you want to get this is it's a very catchy song that he's like, if I get 100 retweets, like I'll get $1,000 from. I don't think that was the official deal, but I've had this song stuck in my head because it's actually hilarious. So at Hoops Mike, you can follow me on Twitter. I don't tweet very often. Usually it's just kind of promoting some of the broadcasts and stuff happening. But you gotta see this song, or you gotta hear it. Yeah. Stephen McIntyre says, yeah, no service in the middle of the ocean. Went through the Panama Canal, too.
Hey,
Was
all right.
deployed for a few months. I think this is the first stream back here in the chat.
Good to have you back.
Good. Now I could be back on my porch watching the live stream.
Excellent. As we've gone 3 ways to this flop, ace 8 going to get out of the way. Daytona Scott here with top pair and jack kicker. The lead here, Prestige. Put in the bet here with the ace queen high. 7 of spades here on the turn. Daytona Scott still with the best hand and has not played many hands, so he is likely to see this one through, I would imagine, making a hand as strong as top pair. Definitely as he turns the spade flush as well. He's never going anywhere.
No.
Looks like he's cutting out just calling chips. And he's going to push those forward. So Prestige now drawing to an ace or a queen non-spade, and he's going to get it. Queen of diamonds here on the end. And he's just going to rip it in after Daytona Scott checks it over to him. Sort of bizarre. And now Daytona Scott is sitting there with second pair and a jack. Missed hearts that don't have a queen could maybe just rip it and hope to get one through. So Daytona Scott's trying to figure out, could Prestige be bluffing? But God, this is an overbet to the pot. Even though it's for 400 effective, it's still an overbet to the pot. And Daytona Scott, yeah, really trying to dig deep here in the tank. Figure out what his opponent could be doing this with. He's going to let it go. And he did get away from getting stacked there. His opponent's going to show him the queen. Prestige going to show him that he got away from it. So not going to run him through the ringer and let him wonder. As Young Ho Koo is going to kick another
Extra point.
extra point. Okay, good.
Yeah, it was a touchdown by the Falcons. Apparently Calvin Ridley shook up here as Matt Ryan scampers into the end zone just inside the pylon for a score in this NFC South matchup.
Yeah, I'm not feeling too good about my my pick here. So I started Teddy Bridgewater over Carson Wentz. You know, kind of hoping to stack the Bridgewater-Anderson duo. So far, not looking great, but we'll see. You know, it looks like the Panthers are still going to have a motivation to move the ball as the Atlanta Falcons, they're picking up some more points. As we are looking at some limps, and we got a raise here from Prestige with the sevens. Tyler going to 3-bet it up here with the suited wheel ace. Back over to Jason, who has already shown a propensity to play hands like this. Queen 10 of clubs. He is coming in. Prestige going to make the call as well. So we're going 3 ways to a flop. 232 bucks in the pot. Let's see what kind of action we get here.
Let's see. As off we go. Straight draw for Jason. Open ender for the Prestige. Nothing for Tyler, but maybe backdoor clubs if it gets through, which I don't think it will. Prestige will lead.
Yeah, Prestige going to donk in here for 100. So just under half pot here. And yeah, Tyler not going to be given an opportunity to tell his story, but yeah, we're going to get Jason coming along with the double gutter. Picks up top pair here, which is now straight for Prestige. So Prestige just gets there right away, and Jason picks up top pair. Check, check now.
Wow.
What? Prestige, when Prestige has a middling strength hand or no hand at all, he bombs it. Then he makes the nuts and he goes ahead and checks it. Very interesting plays. Jason is going to put out a bet here, so Prestige now going to act pained as though he doesn't know what he wants to do here. But when he puts in the raise, it's going to just send off alarm bells to Jason that the acting school preparation was a little bit subpar.
All in.
Yeah. And Jason, yeah, sort of squinting over like, wait, what? How does that make sense?
Yeah, block queen jack with a queen of clubs in his hand, but I mean it's even for the Prestige, this is a bluff that I don't think he makes very often. Like we talk about a lot in the stream, it's just very most of the time. River regression does not tend to be bluffs. I mean, there are certain occasions where that can be the case, but Jason, I think even if it was trying to feel like a bluff catching mode, just kind of looks at board. It's like, that's enough.
Yeah, yeah, there's just no two ways about it. It's just an easy out. You know, he could have easily been charged a price that he would have felt compelled to pay off, but instead, Prestige just gonna sort of hem and haw and then rip it in and just gonna let his opponent off the hook. So Prestige gonna ship that one in, and we are gonna move on to our next hand here. Pardon me. It looks like we have ourselves a $25 straddle there. Leo. The hijack going to bump this up to 75 bucks. Anderson getting out of the way. Will following suit. Daytona Scott, though, here in the small blind, going to ship in his nearly $400 on top of the $75 open with the ace queen of clubs. Prestige going to let the straddle go by the wayside. And Leo going to very likely do the same. He's going to find out how much it is, make sure that he's not folding to a bet that he should be calling with any two cards. But as of right now, yeah, he actually needs in the ballpark of 33% equity, and he does have that. So all things considered, he is going to make the call. Yeah, sure enough. So
he's got the dude talking, the 1080 clubs.
Yeah, he's channeling his inner dude talking. See if he can get there. Clubs aren't going to help him, though, so he's going to need to find a 10-8, some sort of straight. They're making a deal, trying to figure out how many times they're going to run it. One guy says 1.5, the other guy says 2.5. The dealer says you can't run it half a time, and they're going to settle on a number that we just don't know until we see it. As money gets counted out, we find out.
Like run the board, then run it twice. Like
we can decide on the total number of boards, but that's gonna be, I think that's gonna be it.
Yeah. So
listening to him right now. I don't know if you can hear him in your headset or not.
Yeah. No, I have my table mics or table volume way down, so I cannot hear what they're talking about. So I was just totally making stuff up, but. It did see Leo flash 3 fingers. It looks like they're maybe running it 3 times. Okay. 5, 6, 6 there. No help.
Game 1 goes to ace queen.
Yes, it does. Take the 10-8. Can find something in here.
Nope. Gonna whiff on that.
Yeah, toast again. Ace queen. 2 out of 3. Minimum. Leo assumes the position.
Still alive, still alive, still alive. 10 or 8, and boy, that's not going to get there. As Daytona Scott here with the ace queen. I'm sorry, Leo, the dude talking let you down.
Yeah, I don't really know how that could happen. I mean,
it's really ridiculous. Like, you know, I was willing to get it in with the dude talking. Like, he should have a good chance at it, but Nonetheless, he is going to bust, so I think he is going to get another revive. Again, make sure to hit that like button. Here at about 173 with 600 live viewers. Just make sure we keep it real in the chat.
Keeping it real.
Making sure keeping it real doesn't go wrong.
As I'm still keeping it real here with this fine Deep Eddy vodka, delicious beverage. Checking out this little neckband here, gluten-free. Oh, fantastic. Authentic American vodka.
Raise 20.
All right. And it says, oh, I love this. Please day drink responsibly. So they know who their target audience is.
Right, exactly. They're like,
You're like, is it before noon?
Is-
Well, grab yourself a bottle of Deep Eddy
it's like
vodka.
that Simpsons thing when they have to open the bar on Sunday, and like Lenny and Carl are sitting there waiting for the sunspot that comes through that window of Moe's Tavern. It's like, when it gets here, we can drink again. Hopefully any of you guys in the chat remember that reference. One of my favorite Simpsons lines.
Excellent.
Somebody made a meme out of it for Corona. It's like, once the COVID goes away to this point, then we can drink again.
Ah, nice.
I'll show it to you.
As Anderson's going to go ahead and turn the nizzles. 3 queens there. Jason now with just bottom pair.
Bet 90.
When the curve gets to here, we can go drinking again.
I think there's
Yeah.
a lot of people that want to get back in the bars and stuff.
Well, I went out to Whiskey Tango Foxtrot last night. Had myself a beverage out on the patio. They had some live music going. It was a little bit chilly, but it wasn't too bad.
We kind of texted a bit, and then I just passed out. So, like, I was just, I'm too tired for words right now, Aaron.
You know, we all get there every once in a while. So
Yeah, that's
sometimes
right.
you got to just, shut her down for the evening.
I don't know if we've had the Steam Dola Punt of the night or the Yeti Cooler of the night.
We did have the Yeti Cooler of the night. I
Yep.
would say that was T-Nugs with Ace King
Oh.
getting demolished by the Pocket Aces. Oh, is that Teddy Bridgewater slinging interceptions?
No, I think it might have been a fumble out of bounds. Maybe, I don't know. There was a commotion there on the sideline. So let's go to the replay here as so Queen Jack's going to flop it straight here with the Prestige. Will gutter ball, Jason with pocket 5. So
Bet 30.
Okay, we're seeing a replay of some stuff that didn't really seem to have much.
read option. Oh, it was 4th down. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, Teddy's trying to run for 1st down and just got stopped short.
I felt like getting up.
That makes more sense. They're acting like there was a turnover, and that was
It
only the
was.
turnover on down. So pocket 5's going to call here as, again, Prestige has flopped the nuts.
Yeah, Prestige now well out ahead. Will here just drawing to a chop on a River Jack, but we're playing this so slow. This is like upside down. Prestige checking the nuts over and over, betting his middling strength hands. Very strange, but Jason's going to check over. Prestige finally has to put some chips in the pot and see if he can get paid, but nobody has anything. Jason here with just a pair. Will almost certain to bow out here with just ace queen high. But gonna think it over, try to figure out what would my opponent finally start betting with. And go ahead and let it go. Jason, after this very strange check situation, may feel compelled to pay it off, and he will. He's gonna get shown the goods and be like, yeah, what? Okay, take the money. And Prestige is gonna chip up there, $176, so nice little pot for him.
All right, is Tyler getting into showdown? Let's see. Always trying to interpret these statistics in a way that's like, okay, how is this particularly meaningful in this scenario? But I think some of it's just relative to the number of hands people have played. And we've gotten here to showdown. We're at 600 live concurrence. Let's see just how many likes here. We're 174. Keep it rocking, guys.
All
You can
right.
do it.
Rock that like button.
Yeah.
Move it on up. Let's get that sucker up over 200. I know
Let's
you
do
guys
it.
can do it.
Let's go.
As we've got a battle of the 6 and 9 pair combinations, all red here. T-Nugs looking down at the ace-5 of spades. He's going to 3-bet this up to 75 and gonna get tangled up against these two pair combinations. No, the sixes are going to let it go for $50 more. So just Will going to put in the call. We're going to a flop here, nines against ace-5. See if T-Nugs can find something. He cannot. So Will here with the best hand, second pair.
Yeah, that's
But
second
T-Nugs.
card, the up card, the high card on the board.
Yeah, but T-Nugs is going to continue the aggression. Puts out $100. Will going to call. This pot's going to go up to 357. That leaves T-Nugs with under a pot size bet remaining. He is going to have to put out all of his chips if he wants to win this pot. Let's see if he can find the all-in button. This is just such a scary connected board. Like, even if your opponent's just on a draw, they could have a better hand than you. 6 here on the end. Not going to help T-Nugs. Will is going to win this pot if we go to showdown. Will going to put out maybe a little blockish bet. Yeah, it looks like that's something around $100 just to try to get to showdown. It's not a bad move, but he is sort of committing himself in case T-Nugs goes in. Oh no, no, that's not a check. There are definitely chips across the line there from Will. So
Yeah, I think we have the.
okay, $75 block bet. Yeah, and
go.
T-Nugs going to go ahead and let that go. So nice play there from Will. I like that.
Yeah, it's tough there for Tyler, aka T-Nugs there. It's just like I said, it's such a board that's connected. Like, what can you reasonably expect? Like, nines might fold there, but it's still, it's really tough to put him narrowly on that range with that kind of board because there's just so many, like, how many ace-X of diamonds, how many, like, queen tens, or maybe potentially already a hand that's already filled up,
or even just a jack, a strong jack, like a king jack, ace jack. I mean, or queen jack suited, right? You don't block many of the combinations of top pair there with just the ace of spades in your hand. So, yeah, I mean, I think that was a fairly good give up there, given the opponent's range, not just what he ended up having. So we are going to get a $25 straddle here. We're going to get a ship in from Leo. Ace queen off. T-Nug's going to do it as well. So we've got two ace queens getting their chips in the middle. Jason now looking down at king jack off and wondering if he has the price to call his chips or his cards. Yeah, his cards are still there, sort of lurking behind JD's elbow. So he is going to grab some calling chips and see if he's going to put that in. All things considered, he's getting a pretty decent price as these players are all in. The problem here is that Prestige is behind him, so he may elect to put in a raise. No, he's just going to call. All right, so now let's see what Prestige does. Now, Prestige getting even a better price, right? I mean, this is the best price in the world. You close the action, but yeah, with just jack high.
Yeah, you got Jason behind. It's just kind of like, I don't want to be the fourth of this three-way here.
Yeah, the fourth into a three-way. I mean, yeah, that's like
no. It's
the fourth wheel or something. I don't know.
Yeah. There's got to be another terminology here, but Kerry Thornton.
It's awkward. Whatever that is, it's
I'm not
awkward.
sure if we had the plus minus enough here sometimes, but you can certainly put in a request to have that put up when the delay catches up.
All right, so T-Nug's going to go ahead and show off his ace queen. Jason going to show his king jack. So two players have revealed the strength of their hand, and Jason actually with the majority of the equity here. At least individually. I mean, the two ace queens, of course, are controlling about 42% of the equity.
And there you go.
Yeah.
Jason just crushing there tonight. Leading an ace and an ace only. There's two of them left. There just makes 3 kings instead.
All right. The run good continues. Two players getting stacked. That's going to send T-Nugs out the door on his third and final bullet of the evening. Rough turn of events, rough run for that man right there, and Leo as well. So Those two players going to take their leave of the table as we continue here on 1-3 Match the Stack Thursday night edition. Coming up on a 8:45. We've still got about an hour and 15 minutes remaining here in the program. So thank you all for joining us. Glad to have you here. If you haven't, go ahead and take a second to help us out. Hit that like button. Make sure you hit subscribe to get all of the information about upcoming streams. And tune in and hang out with us here on TCH Live.
Any of y'all need something to drink here for the power hour, the back hour of this? I'll stick here for the bomb pod, then I'll take like just a quick delts. I'm feeling the fatigue here, my friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I don't want to miss a fantastic PLO bomb pod here, though.
Yeah, that would just be a travesty.
It
So,
would.
oh, it looks like Leo. He's sticking around. So he stepped
Uncle
up
Leo.
and grabbed a few Benjamins, and he is back in his seat. So Leo not ready to tap out just yet. We will go into a PLO bomb pot here. Prestige going to come into this one this time around. So we've got full table here, minus our, 7-seat competing in this PLO bomb pot.
All right, so we got Leo's card scanned. Let's see if we can find a hand up in here. Yeah, Anderson with a good PLO 8 hand, but not for bottom of my high flop flush here for the Prestige. King of Hearts for Leo if he wanted to bluff. Unless Daytona Scott's got something there, it looks like only the ace is up with the best chance to maybe catch up. Hold on, 3 pair here for Anderson.
Yeah, gonna check it all the way through. So Prestige there with just the 10 high flush doesn't feel emboldened to bet, even though it checks to him on the button. I really think that he should have put out a smallish half pot size bet there to kind of find out if the 10 high flush is good. Because if the board pairs on the turn, you just really don't know who's got something, or if they're just going to end up bluffing you out of there. But here we go. Leo is going to bet 50 bucks with that King of Hearts. Anderson going to come along with the 3 pair. Prestige going to fade it all here and end up with the 10 high flush here on the end. Still going to be good. And he is going to go for value. So puts out a smallish bet here. And Leo, who had given up on his bluff with the check there, is going to go ahead and pitch it in. Anderson now with just top 2 pair. I mean, yeah, there's no straights out there, just the flopped flush. But yeah, that's a pretty ambitious call. It is only 75 bucks, so I can understand maybe making the call, but I do think that you're probably going to want to keep that at sort of more the set range to make a call there rather than just the top 2 pair. But someone with more PLO experience could probably tell me that I'm full of it and I don't know what I'm talking about. So Anderson going to put in the call there and find out the bad news. Prestige adds more chips to his stack as we continue here on 1-3 Match the Stack. It looks like another field goal.
Yep.
And it's good. Man, he is just the top point scorer for my fantasy team here at this point, as I think it's Youngwei Koo at the half, going to go ahead and tack on another field goal. 10 points for that man, 8 points for Teddy Bridgewater, and 6 for Robbie Anderson. Hopefully, I can pick up a few more here off of those players in the second half.
I'm rooting for you. I don't know if anybody else is, but I'll root for you. But I'll be back here very shortly.
All right. As we put that PLO bomb pot in the rear view, continue on here. Jason going to go ahead and pick up a pot with what was likely to be a 3-bet there. Didn't quite follow the action there. Sorry for that. But he's going to go ahead and drag that pot uncontested. No flop required. As we continue on, we've got Albert in the mix, taking that spot vacated by our man T Nug. So Albert going to try to mix it up here, see if he can drag some pots from the very dangerous and seemingly cursed 7 spot so far. See if he can make it work a little bit better than our man T Nugs. As we continue here on TCH Live Thursday, 1-3 Match the Stack. No Limit Texas Hold'em. If you'd like to come in and check out not only our 1-3 Match the Stack games, we've got 1-2 No Limit Hold'em running daily We've got our 5-5 Monday game. On occasion, we'll get some mixed games. We'll get some PLO running in here. You know, if you want a game to run, all you need to do is be a member and ask to have a game put up on the board. And anyone that's interested can go ahead and put their name on there as well. You can fire up a game of some deuce to 7 triple draw. Whatever it is that you might want to play, go ahead and put it up on the board and see if you can get some interest. So I'll have to check with super producer Carolyn, see if we've got a mixed game coming up later. Oh, Carolyn's working after this, so that sounds like she's not in, but maybe I'll do some checking around and see what other people want to do. Oh, bat signal sent, says Carolyn, to find out. So I would definitely splash around a little bit if that were the case, but looks like Anderson going to pick this up with third pair and a small bet. Also, don't forget that on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we have our quads jackpot promotion. Come in on Tuesdays, hit quad deuces, drag that jackpot into your wallet. Also on Wednesdays, it's quad threes day, so the qualifying hand being quad threes. Not only are you likely to ship a pretty healthy pot, but you are going to drag that jackpot as well. Every time the jackpot is not hit, I believe the total increases by $200. So come on down, check that out here at Texas Card House, North Austin. As Jason going to limp in here, 4-3 of clubs. Prestige says, Queen 6 offsuit. Let's go. Raise it up, 15 bucks. Tyler likes the Queen 6 as well. His is the suited variety. And Will now looking down at a reasonable hand. But he's just going to call with it. A raise there would have just picked up all that dud money, almost certainly. But we're going to go 4 ways to a flop here. Queen, Jack 7. Will going to make second pair. Prestige and Tyler top pair. And Jason just a backdoor club draw. All right, we're going to go check. Prestige here going to bet his top pair. Kicker that basically doesn't exist. Tyler in the same boat, going to make the call. Will going to come along as well with his second pair. Ace kicker, a deuce of spades here on the turn. Not going to do anything for anyone. Check over to Prestige. Once again, one of these spots where he has a very medium strength hand and he's reaching for chips. Putting out a small bet here. This I like better than the bombing he was doing earlier. $65 can definitely get you paid off by worse hands and maintain control of the betting lead. But no, this is actually going to tell Tyler that Prestige's hand is weak. He can extract value. Interesting move here, raising this up to 225 with what is just, again, effectively a very medium strength hand. But he's going to put the pressure back on Prestige. This could be very interesting, or it could just end up going call, check on the river, and the two players sort of have a good laugh out of it. But no, that is going to get Prestige to fold. And Tyler just pushed him off a chop. I just don't know. I'd love to hear what Tyler thought of his hand right there. Like, did he think he was going for value, or was he turning that hand into a bluff? I just really don't know, but going to go ahead and get him off the chop there. Prestige lays it down, and Tyler stacks yet more chips in front of him. God, look at that delicious, fantastic tower of black chips over there. Must be nice.
Yeah. Very, what's the word I'm looking for? Not jealousy, but
Envy?
envy. That's the word.
Yeah, it always feels really good to have a full tower of 20 black chips. I mean, if you got more, that's even better. But when you complete the 20 stack, it feels real good.
Hit us up here in the chat. Had many folks chiming on in here with their takes. Leave us a comment here for checking out of the archive. Oh, we had a question from ATX Poker I forgot to answer. The Saturday tournament starts at 4 p.m. here at Texas Card House. $100 buy-in, either one re-entry or one add-on to play with a 2K guaranteed to first place. So decent tournament for us on Saturday here at Texas Card House. My mic is not audible. Are you sure? Mad Benjamin might be Maybe we got to crank it up a little bit more. I try to keep it like not right up against my face, so like it doesn't catch like if I start breathing out heavy and stuff like that. So
Yeah, I hear you in my headset just fine, but I'm not sure what that might be about.
maybe
but
your volume's down, Matt Benjamin. He's like, no, wait, I had it.
yeah, or maybe it was while you were gone. Maybe he's like a few
Oh.
minutes behind, and he's like, Mikey's there, but no, I can't hear him. Yeah, Mikey stepped out for a little bit, so if you just heard me jabbering on,
Yeah, it
that was
wasn't me
because
not
Mikey was gone.
contributing.
Yeah. It looks like you're reloading with a Red Bull here. You're ready to
Yeah, just
really
for the
get
last
things.
hour, like. William says, I hear you just fine. I think we've turned it up just enough, so I think it's maybe, it might have been on the lower end, but that's okay. It's okay. We're going to have a new player in. We got Big Daddy Albert, the People's Champion here.
Yeah, Albert ready to mix it up. And then we have yet another player here as well, squeezed in next to him. So let's see who we've got in the mix here. Prestige just won. No, he just lost a pot with Queen 6, but he's ready to get in there again. Tyler with a pair of 3s. He's going to put in the call. Leo going to bump this up. So this is... well, I missed the name. It didn't flash up there quickly enough. Matt? Condor. Okay.
Condor.
Condor hopping into the mix in that hot yellow jacket. As we will continue to a flop here. 3 clubs. Leo with the jack of clubs in hand. No one with a king, 5 or 4. So Tyler with the best of it right now. But ace of clubs there on the turn. Leo going to go ahead and take over the lead here. But Prestige says, dude, I got a 6 of clubs. I'm putting $100 into a pot of $88 with a 6 high flush. Tyler calls with the 3 high flush. And Leo is like, I don't know what's happening, but I'm going to go all in with the jack high flush.
Oh, my goodness.
And Prestige now wondering why he put $100 out there and whether or not he should put $205 more out there. The answer is you should not and you will not, and he's going to fold. And now Tyler is like, what happened to my life? I have a 3 of clubs, not even a 6. But there is a 2 of clubs that I could hit for a straight flush steel wheel. So maybe you're saying there's a chance.
You're saying there's a chance?
Oh, he's going to pay it off. He's going to do it. He's got the chips. He's ready for it. He's ready to do it. He says, you know what? I've come this far, and the deuce of clubs could be my friend. And you know what? Maybe Leo is his friend, too. And you know what? Maybe Leo's down on some hard times and just
Uncle
needs a
Leo.
good double up here. So, yeah, Uncle Leo. Maybe Uncle Leo needs a double up, and Tyler is going to give it to him unless he can bink that deuce of clubs. Oh, that doesn't look like a deuce of clubs. That looks like a 9 of hearts. And sure enough, Tyler is toast. Very ambitious
Toasty
call.
Tyler?
Yeah, Toasty Tyler. Very ambitious call there. Going to go ahead and ship off. And he uses the black chips. He had completed the tower, the full barrel of black chips, and he goes ahead and he uses them. I guess he wanted to maintain the towers, the barrels of greens. But, yeah, now he's going to count out the blacks and be like, oh, shit, what happened? This isn't 20 anymore. We feel your pain, buddy. But Leo, he's pretty excited. He's got a couple of black chips to stack on top of his reds, so his life just got a lot better.
Justin Doss says a 25-50 or a 50-100 high-stakes game feasible in the future. Maybe in Dallas that might be a possibility at some point to have there might be some player pool big enough to maybe do a 25-50 here game someday, but it's I think I'd kind of be stretching it, but I would think maybe we have enough to maybe do a 10-20 game at some point, which I still think would be pretty massive. But
yeah, I think 10-20 is very reasonable. I think even with the player pool that we've seen mixing it up in the 5-5-10, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, those guys, they would play 10-20 for sure, but. Yeah, it's whether or not that would be a sustainable thing rather than just like a one-off, like, oh, we're going to run the 10-20 this week and see how it goes. You know, who knows? But
Yeah, well, I mean, we've talked a little bit about it, but it's not. I think, yeah, it's maybe I will never say never, but
maybe you'll never say never.
yeah, maybe I'll never say never. Maybe I'll consider saying it, but that's the word right now at this point. But
All right,
we'll
as
see.
Condor has, yeah, he's got a 3K stack in front of him, so he found out what the max stack was and said, let me match that, and he sat down. He's got a full barrel of blacks in front of him as well as 2 greens. So Leo, looking down at a pair of 10s, going to bump this up to 15. Gets over to Condor, 8-5 of diamonds in the hijack. Gonna go ahead and 3-bet this up to 50. Pretty ambitious play. I definitely don't mind mixing things in. 8-5 diamonds, something like that in late position. But up against an early position razor like this, you are ready to step into the bear trap. He's going to get called in 2 spots here. Prestige from the big blind. Ace 7 of clubs and Leo completing out of his initial open with the 10s. 10's going to flop the best of it here with the 10 high flush draw and the pair. No other player hitting a pair or a significant draw. Condor going to have to dig deep here to win this pot. Is reaching for chips. He's going to put out 50 bucks. Leo not going anywhere with his pair and flush draw. And hits it right there on the turn. So given that the king and jack are on board, he has effectively the 3rd nuts. Condor just 8 high. Checked over to him. He's got to continue this story if he wants to win. And to do so, he's going to have to bet big. Trying to figure out if his opponent is ever going to get out of this pot. No, he's going to check it back. He shuts it down, gives up. Queen here on the end. Leo could go for thin value, but he's just going to check, and Condor is going to snap check it back. 10 of hearts going to win it there for Leo.
Ecto FX Productions saying I'm giving up on you. I'll be the one if you want me to. Boy, that is a what is one of those really sad emo songs.
Are there really happy emo songs?
In their own way, I'm sure. William Lottie, the real question, do you need huge stacks for a good stream? I'd say we have more fun on 1-3 than 5-5. There's a converse thing. Is it fun for the players? And is it the player pool that can play it? And is it enjoyable to watch? These are kind of varying questions where I don't think there's necessarily a wrong answer, but anything that helps us maybe get more of our audience or interested in each and every show or representative of the games here at TCH, those are good questions.
Yeah, and I mean, pretty much bar none, the best way for us to grow this program, grow the viewership, and basically just have more people interested is for all of you who enjoy this program, who watch this program regularly, or who may have just stopped in today for your first time. If you like what you've seen here, hit the like button and share this link with your friends and your family. So anybody else in your life that enjoys poker, we're in here all the time. We're having a blast. We're having a good time. And we are streaming what I think is just some of the best high-quality poker content that you can get on YouTube right now. If you agree with that, do us a favor. Share this program with your friends, with your family. Put it out there on social media. And remember to always hit that like button if you would. So
big hand brewing here. So
yeah, we sure do. So Anderson here way behind with just ace high. Probably just a matter of time until he lets go of this hand because he put in the raise on the flop, got called, and then shut it down here on the turn. So unless he goes for a delayed continuation, which he is cutting out.
Bet 325.
Yeah, Condor is just snapping him off. This story doesn't make any sense. Anderson stopped betting after the raise on the check raise on the flop. Yeah, the story just doesn't add up, and Anderson, sure enough, is just going to be putting another $325 in the pot trying to win it, and it's not going to get through. So Condor going to go ahead and scoop in a nice one there up to 3.6K. Going to be our table captain here, taking away that title from our man Tyler, who had been sitting on the biggest stack. So
Okay. Shout out to our guy Carlo in the chat. Says, how about my Dodgers? Wow, very, very nicely done. I didn't really get to watch a lot of the series, but the games I did watch are pretty good. I missed that Mookie Betts homer. It's out there at the park. I got that text from John that's like, hey, you see that? I'm like, ah, shit. Here with my dogs. I didn't really get to miss. But Aaron just took another swig of some Deep Eddy vodka. Just another swig of it. Just because it looks like we've hit the 200 like mark. So we're very on time. Mike, shout out to Wendy. Okay. All right, says Vic.
Wendy!
You go, Wendy! Wendy!
Now I'm just picturing a man falling to his knees with his hands outstretched to
Wendy!
the sky. Wendy! Yep.
Press 1 if you've ever seen Future Man on Hulu. It's one of my favorite shows. I got to watch 3 seasons. There's always a detective that's kind of satiring. Detectives like, where did they go? I love Future Man. It's fantastic. Okay, so we got a 3-bet by Tyler with ace-9. Steam Dola calling with the dude talking hearts.
Yeah, beautiful flop there for Tyler. Steam Dola not as big of a fan. Yeah, Tyler with the 3-bet pre-flop has the betting lead. He's going to go ahead and fire out a continuation bet here. Looks like a brown half pot, a little over half pot. Steam Dola definitely cannot continue here unless he's feeling very ambitious or like his opponent is giving off some sort of vibe. I mean, obviously this board.
Sometimes you can, yeah.
Yeah, this board like hardly ever connects with anyone, and so Steam Dola could think about continuing, which it looks like he's going to here in position. That is the beauty of position, that you can take some of these hands that are pretty bad and continue with them. You do pick up the backdoor hearts on occasion, which he does here, and if Tyler doesn't make this too big, Steam Dola is very likely to see a river. Tyler is going to bet out here. It should be over half pot again, which I like. Continue the aggression. Tell a story like you've got aces or ace-king that just picked up 2 pair here. 275, very big bet. So yeah, definitely putting Steam Dola to the test. I think this is fantastic. Steam Dola now 275 into a pot that would go up to just shy of 900. He's got just about the right equity to make the call in position, but yeah, this feels like he's going down a pretty dangerous road.
As Steam Dola thinks it out, he's got the Domino card protector, Bluffy McLiar pants, hoodie on. See if he lives up to that sweatshirt's name, but it's a tricky spot. An interesting bet there by Tyler to lead at it, and does not like the price. Had some oats, but not enough to wish to continue.
Yeah, so Steam Dola sort of taking a line there where he basically was thinking, all right, this is 0 equity, and I don't care if I pick up anything on the turn. It's not important what I pick up. It's important as to what my opponent does. If my opponent checks, I'm going to try to win this pot. If he continues betting, I'm going to go away, even if I turn equity. And so, yeah, he's just going to let this go. And I do think that the bet size was really what dictated it, because the hand that he had and the equity that he picked up would have allowed him to continue had that bet been smaller. But really well done by Tyler there to continue betting large and polarizing, and really put his opponent to the maximum test. So really, really big props to Tyler there on that play. Well done. Prestige here looking down at a pair of black nines. He's going to bump this up to 30 bucks. Get some folds out of some kings. Will over here in the straddle. I'll let go of the 4 deuce Condor though. In the big straddle with the queen jack, he can definitely put in a call.
John Hackworth said they needed to show the runouts to the audience. Can't leave us hanging on that suspense. I don't think we'll ever put in a rabbit cam on our stream. Well, they used to have that back in the old WPT days where Oh, you got all in, I think. Or okay, I just said call up.
Yeah, Condor puts in this large 3-bet from the straddle position, and Prestige from the cutoff going to make the call. So Condor actually going to flop the best of it here with top pair. I'd actually really like to see check for pot control here from Condor or a small bet. He is going to go for the small bet, which is not bad, of course. In fact, probably the small bet is actually the better play than the check. But Prestige going to put in the call. We're going to get a 9 right here on the turn. Condor isn't done yet, though. He does have straight outs. But that is going to make Prestige feel a whole heck of a lot better about his hand, and he's going to acting school again here, turning the head back and forth like, what just happened with a 9?
9?
Yeah.
9?
But,
a niner?
yeah, Condor here, probably another smallish bet. I'd like to see something, 175 or less. No, he's going to go 275. This right here is probably setting him up for maximum pain. It really depends on how big of a raise Prestige puts in here. But these players are both very deep stacked. This pot to stack ratio, stack to pot ratio for Prestige currently sitting at just under 3. And he's going to put in a smooth call. Condor now. Going to slow down on this river almost certainly. Prestige probably could have gotten a bit more value, but no, he's going to bet 350 and get snapped off.
Snapped.
Yeah, so Prestige going to get very good, strong value there. I feel like there was maybe a different way to play that, but he's going to go ahead and pick up $835. No limit Texas Hold'em here at TCH Live, dragging that nice big pot. Well done.
So if we keep it rolling, I guess we could have maybe had Halloween costume editions. Maybe that'll be next year.
Well, I mean,
during
it's not even
Halloween
Halloween yet. I mean, you can still, I mean, for tonight,
for
you mean
the
on the
stream,
stream?
yeah, obviously it's past. So we could have brought back Bernard, costume wearer, but I think he's out in the mountains of Utah doing some hunting.
Oh, wow.
Remember the legend Bernard that we had on this 1-3 stream? Or we had 1-3, had him on a 5-5. So
Looks like we've got another turnover on downs as Carolina Panthers going for it here on 4th down and short and getting stuffed at the line yet again. As we get back to the poker action here, Prestige going to go ahead and pick up a small pot uncontested with the King Jack. Yeah, I'm pretty disappointed in the point output here for these players on my fantasy team.
yeah, I got nobody from either the Panthers or the Falcons this year. So that's you're flying solo. That's why I get to root for you.
Well,
you're in this spot.
I mean, I'm still not projected to just like get crushed or anything like that, but I was hoping that Bridgewater would have a couple of TDs and certainly over 100 yards. He's got 106 yards passing.
God damn. My opponent's got Curtis Samuel, though. What a lucky bitch.
Oh, he got that rushing touchdown
He's
earlier.
got two. He's got 2 touchdowns.
Oh, the passing TD was
got
to
a
him too?
reception
Oh,
and a damn you, Curtis Samuel.
Get
Your
wrecked.
versatility and big play scoring ability, darn it. Oh, well.
And your size 12 shoe
Yeah.
or something.
Damn, you and he would have gotten away for it if it wasn't for you meddling kids.
Yeah, seriously. As we have some sort of middling hands here, doing a lot of calling. Condors like, no, I know how to deal with this, which is to raise you all with Jack 5 of hearts. And this shows strength of character here. Condor, he understands the game of poker and weakness, and he is going to attack it. Problem for him probably is that he's going to get some resistance here. Yeah, at least from Prestige. So, I mean, I definitely understand that, and I find myself in this position frequently when I play against players that do a lot of limping. You go ahead and put in that big sort of squeeze bet on occasion, and then people, it's just a cascade of calls, and you're like, oh, well, that really worked. This time just Prestige, and Prestige does still have the best of it, but Condor here with the betting lead, and going to keep going at it. Smallish continuation bet here, looks like 75. Definitely a good sizing here on this paired board. Not a lot out there to be afraid of. Puts your opponent in a tough spot. Prestige, yeah, he's going to put in 75 bucks. Like, I don't know, maybe I get something, right? And this is fantastic if Condor continues the story, which he's going to now that he's picked up backdoor hearts. But this also brings in the up and down for Prestige. So Prestige is a customer that's not going anywhere. Condor, though, should size this up. I'd like to see something around 350. And Prestige, once again, going to be like, God, I guess I have to call again. All right. Ooh, even more than 350. He's going to go full pot on this. 475. 575. This is an over bet. And Prestige just snaps the chips in there. And Condor is going to need to hit a heart. Or he's probably going to have to give up because his opponent snapped his chips in there so fast. I just don't know. That's a really tough spot to keep going. A third barrel would get through, but can Condor dig deep enough to pull this off? It's got to be an all-in jam here if he wants to go for it. Go for the glory. Get that 1.6K that is now bloated up into this pot. Both players sitting there with queen and jack high. Condor reaching for chips. Small bet here on the end. He says, you know what? Small bet will get the job done. If my opponent has something like queen high, they're going to have to fold anyways. I don't have to risk my stack and try to get someone to fold a 6 that they're just never going to do anyways. And indeed, he's going to get it through, and he's going to snap show the jack high. Oh, my God, I love it.
Oh.
I love it. So
I don't know if he's just started playing here. I think I had seen him play in the game the other night. I'm trying to figure out what Condor is in reference. Apparently, there is a TV series called Condor that's also coming for a vulture.
well, yeah, the California condor, whatever, is the largest bird in the world by wingspan. Condors in general are some of the
right
largest.
Next to maybe Boban Marjanovic, biggest wingspan of it. Well, Boban. Any Boban Marjanovic fans here in the chat? All right, we're having fun here tonight at TCH Live. Thursday. Sunday's our tournament final table.
Yeah,
Join us here for that.
Just to go back to the sizing there. So I really liked the sizing in as far as it worked in that situation and in any situation similar to it where his opponent is going to have this sort of busted draw type hand. The difficult part, though, is that a bet of 500 there with how big the pot is, like let's say that his opponent had somehow gotten sticky and come all this way with something like a pocket pair of 7s or something, right? Yep. That's like, I don't know if I believe you, man, and calls a couple bets, and then like, okay, now your opponent ships it in for 2K on the end, and you're like, all right, I guess I'm just toast. Like, I don't know what this guy's got. And you just let it go. But, 500 is like, well, I came this far, and maybe you're punking me, so you're probably going to get a call from a hand like 7s or 8s. Interesting spot, but I really like the way that was played. Just very entertaining and shows high level of thinking there from our man Condor, so well done.
Let's see, bet at 225 and a fold. Bill CD, did you guys vote yet? Texas, I've already voted twice. I mean, no, nothing. No, I have not done that. I think I might do it tomorrow. That's it, if they still allow early voting. I'm 50-50 if I'll post the I voted post with the sticker on it. I'm like, I post about TCH Live enough. I don't think I need to flex my muscles anymore about. All right, Tyler.
Flexing.
Like,
yeah, definitely flexing by showing your little sticker.
I voted.
Exciting times.
Yep.
Here in Texas. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and move on to our next hand here. Leo looking down at the 8-7 of clubs. Just going to limp here. 20 bucks. Uh-oh, Mikey's got something.
Ethan says election is different this year. Republicans vote Tuesday, Democrats vote Wednesday.
Oh, yeah, because
that was a great joke. I think I've heard that one before, but I forgot about it.
Well, because Democrats like to play for quad deuces, and Republicans like to play for quad threes, so they got to mix up the day that they come in to the card room with the day that they go vote.
It's really the only democratic way of doing it, splitting up the action. So if you want to come here Tuesdays, if you make quad deuces, you make the jackpot. You hit the jackpot, my friend. If you come here for Wednesday's quad 3, to ship all the money, $400 rollovers every Tuesday and Wednesday.
Wait,
So
is it 400 or 200?
leave it as 400, I believe.
All
Let me
right.
go do a discount
Baller.
double check here.
400. No,
400
super producer
bucks.
Carolyn. She's got the.
I thought
the
it was
hot
right
take
too,
info.
but Aaron made me question it for a second.
Well, I just lied to everyone earlier and said 200. I thought it was 200 per day, but it's 400 per day. So.
Yep.
Okay, my mistake. That jackpot is even better than I told you. So you better get in here and try to win it, people. As we have 4 hands here, whole lot of napkins. What are these players looking for? Albert has bottom pair. Jason bottom pair. Prestige has nothing. Leo has a gutter. Prestige is the one betting. Okay, fantastic. So he's going to bet. Leo going to let go of his gutter. Albert here, bottom pair. Well, I guess it's third pair.
Gary C. apparently dropped his phone. Oh no, that's too bad.
Wait, has anyone ever done that before? I don't know.
I don't know.
It's a new thing.
That's why you get a case. Ah, let's see. So we go heads up here to the river.
Oh, Albert.
Albert
Drills it. He's like, well, if my 4 isn't good, maybe I'll hit a deuce. And he does. Prestige over there was still
Is
a
that like
whole
your
lot
Albert
of
impression?
nothing. Yeah, no. Have you not heard Albert?
Yeah,
He
yeah,
sounds
yeah.
exactly like
that's
that.
that's exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
pretty good. That's a pretty good Albert.
So Prestige, Albert's going to check it over. Prestige is going to bet 225, get snapped off by Albert, and Prestige is going to look around, kind of like, you know, I think the question is to everyone else, like, how does it run out like that? And the question should be like, what on earth was happening with your 9 high firing a bunch of chips in there? But I guess also sort of unfortunate because if it's not a deuce, I mean, yeah, Albert probably does let go of the pair of 4s there. So
667 live concurrent viewers, 216 likes. Do your patriotic duty and smash that like button.
smash that like button like
Pulverize the
Youngwei
like
Koo.
button and go on a full on siege for the like button.
Youngwei Koo going for
Vote
another
for the
3
like
points
button.
here. Sorry, I'm distracted by
That's all right.
my fantasy kicker. You gotta love that, you know.
Yeah, and that's what it said. I think people kind of root for the fantasy aspect more than they kind of do their teams now. To a degree, I think.
Well, when your team sucks like the Denver
Yep.
Donkeys, then you just kind of like, yeah, you're like, yeah, I got the fantasy team and the Donkeys, but
Yes.
other times, you know, you're like, oh well, you know, I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan and we're undefeated,
Yeah,
so
we're the
like
best.
y'all suck. And I like
Fact.
fantasy. We're going to go heads up to a flop here. Will bumping it up. Ace Jack of clubs. Jason going to look him up here. And flop a monster. Look at that. Open-ended
Oh.
straight flush draw. Will with the best hand and the least equity.
And I got a bet here by Jason.
Yeah, Jason going to donk lead at this. Not sure how I feel about this, but Will going to sort of begrudgingly call like, wait, what?
Huh? What?
No club to speak of. He does have a gutter to Broadway. 4 spades does a whole lot of nothing for either player's hand. Jason now going to continue. His equity has dropped. Will now the favorite to win this. Jason going to make this cheap enough for Will to think about coming along, but it is kind of dicey. What hand does this that you are beating, right? Something like a King 10 or a King Jack, Jack 9, Jack, or a Jack 9, 10, 9, right? So yeah, there are definitely some hands that may take this line that you're beating. Sure enough, Jason's going to brick out that open-ended straight flush draw, but he is not taking showdown value. He says, oh, there's not a chance in hell that I'm winning this if I don't bet and bluff my opponent off. So he's going to stack up what looks like 275 here. Still a smallish bet. Looks very value-y. Definitely would do something like this with 2 pair. And Will, he's going to have to dig in here in the tank, try to figure out if he is right about 1 in 3 times. 1 in 4 times. 1 in 4 times.
Kids don't want to play in the playground, but the parents don't want to watch
Yeah.
And he thinks he is. He's going to call. He's going to have the best hand and win it with a jack here. Fantastic
J-ball.
call by Will. Jason can't believe it. How do I miss with that flop? And how do I lose? And you call with that. I mean, yeah, the whole thing sort of baffling.
Probably because it wasn't a gutter ball or overcards or something. It was too good of a draw.
Yeah, too many outs.
Just too many outs, man. Again, press 1 for the Steelers, press 2 for the Ravens this Sunday. I've got nothing but deuces here. Nothing but deuces being put here in the chat. So people voted 3. Protest the NFL. Sports. All right. Sports.
Yeah, I prefer to watch grass grow.
Yes.
Way more
You
exciting.
haven't seen the great outdoorsman? No. It's not even the chat pro voice. It's the I'm announcing to everyone that I'm not watching sports. It's like it happens during the Super Bowl where like people that are big into arts are like, I'm not watching the Super Bowl. I'm watching grandma's. I don't know. Kevin Kendrick, how come TCH Austin is not Poker Atlas? I'm not sure.
I want to watch grandmas.
Yeah,
Like, are there just some grandmas that we can watch?
Too many
like,
grandmas on
Is it
TV.
on PBS or something? Like, is there alternate programming? Oh, man.
Possibly.
I'm missing out on
The Puppy
so many
Bowl.
things.
You could watch the Puppy Bowl during the Super Bowl. That's
Grandma's knitting, maybe? Maybe
Yeah,
that's a thing on PBS.
Grandma's Knitting Hour on Lifetime. Meredith Baxter Burney.
No, that would be like Housewives, not
something like
grandmothers,
that.
I think.
Meredith Baxter Burney spends an eternity knitting until her grandson. Something like that.
Hell, I'd watch it, man. That sounds riveting. As we have ourselves a 3-bet here from Jason. Ace-King from the small blind Condor. Going to look him up with the Ace-6 of hearts. King high flop here. Jason crushing this flop way ahead. Looking to get some chips going into his stack instead of out after that last flop. He's going to blast this for at least 200. He may have had more chips going out there. I couldn't tell. But 2/3 size pot size bet there. Going to take it down. Condor getting no piece of it.
That's a pretty healthy sized burger button there. That's dealer chips there. Dealer tip chips on the button. If the player in that position, dealer gets all of them.
And the player has to eat the button. So, yeah, it's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
thing.
I mean,
oh,
like,
wait, no, that was,
literally, like,
sorry.
has to, we've been running through buttons like crazy. We've had many calls for 911. I think we got to stop doing it.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, I forgot we canceled it after that last 911 emergency. So
Matt Benjamin saying the greatest compliment I ever paid to a woman is to tell her that I taped the Super Bowl just to spend time with her. Well, boy, that must have been quite a long time ago.
to tape it. Yeah,
To tape
if
it,
he,
like
if he
to record
physically
it out the
taped it.
VCR and
Yeah,
stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. As we look down at some very raggy hands and a pair of fours, going 5, 6. Sorry, 6 ways. We got the hand way over yonder. Jason with the ace-5 offsuit, king, queen, diamonds, and an 8 of spades. Steam Dola not in there somehow. Probably because the 8 of spades is on the board.
Yep, that's why he's there, man.
Yep. So yeah, no one really with a huge hammerlock on this. Tyler with
Tyler and Anderson here with top pair, but it's pretty certain we might see a chop out of it, depending on what the run out becomes. This comes out rags.
Yeah, we're gonna need a card under an 8 here for the 7 to continue playing. Albert did come along with his bottom pair. Got a 9 of clubs. So, excuse me. So Tyler and Anderson gonna chop this one up if we get to showdown. Albert here with a gutter as well as his bottom pair. Check to him. Definitely a spot I'd like to see him check back. But he's gonna go ahead and bet. Yeah, this is a tough spot. So when you had a bet and a call in front of you, and you sort of closed the action on the flop, and it checks to you. I mean, there's just a lot of hands that are gonna put in some resistance. But no, Tyler is actually just gonna lay down what was the best hand here, and Anderson now with top pair, no kicker. I mean, I suppose here, Albert, I mean, it's such a connected board that Albert does have a lot of strength in his range. And so, sure enough, he's going to just bluff that bottom pair.
Way to go, Albert.
Yeah, he shows it. The other two players are like, oh, that kind of sucks. I had a pair of kings. But Way to go, Albert, indeed.
We haven't used the word of the day yet. Liam saying that double swoosh Nike logo tilts me so much. I didn't realize there was ever such a thing, but it's
Fake
got a
punt.
turnover.
Fake punt.
No, fake punt. They faked the punt. Carolina gonna get, looks like a first down thanks to Chin.
I was going to say, it's got to be Curtis Samuel putting up like 60
Yes,
yards rushing. You know, I
of
mean, it's up
course.
against you, but no, it was
No,
not.
it's not, but
Mike
Blake,
Davis
now,
getting
will
the carry.
Dallas, Texas Card House be filming live before a studio audience? No, that's not happening. TCH
No, we
Live
got to pipe in the
Dallas.
laugh track and the.
And then, like,
That was a great laugh track. We should record that for sure.
yeah, very believable.
Mm-hmm.
Look for it in 2021, early 21. Otherwise, follow our social media if we get any updates. It's still being in development, table, sound, all that good stuff. But we're working on it. I didn't realize if this, yeah, like I think I kind of made a joke of it. This is going to be the new is TCH Dallas Open question of the week that by like a month from now, you're going to see like Twitch come to my eyes when it happens. But I always try to be as courteous as possible to answer just because people pop in at all sorts of
Yeah,
different times.
As courteous Samuel as possible.
Courteous Samuel. Aaron is going to get I might just walk out of here for the last half hour. It's like, what happened? I kept saying Curtis Samuel. What? Aaron kept calling me Curtis Samuel, and it was very upsetting to me. Like, I don't,
well.
Mike, I don't. Are you okay, Mike?
Yeah, we're going to need to get you checked out. I
Counselor,
think, take
you
you
know.
to the vet. So let's see here. We've got ourselves a limp under the gun here from Condor Queen 9 off. Albert says, let's go ahead and bump this up under the gun +2. King 7 of hearts. Tyler, we've seen this Queen 10 of clubs a couple of times tonight. He's on the button, and I like this. He's reaching for raising chips. He's going to put in a 3-bet.
Clay Martin here in the chat saying I was just telling my son you used to be able to rent Nintendo games.
Oh, those
Yeah,
are the
yeah,
best.
yeah.
Trog. Oh, I loved Trog. Did you ever play that? You're like a little dinosaur. You're like a little baby T-Rex, and you run around. And you have to pick up all the little dinosaur eggs.
Yeah,
Kinda like-
I never,
almost
I never,
like a
played, never
Pac-Man
heard of
game.
that one. Try.
And then it was basically Pac-Man. And so instead of the ghosts, then you had cavemen, and they'd come and they'd whack you on the head with the stick, and then they'd get out the little stick that they'd make a fire, and they'd start to cook you up. And you had a few seconds for your buddy to come and save you. And you could
Wow.
like you'd power up, and so and like your power up to be able to go eat the cavemen, you'd turn into a full-blown T-Rex, and you'd eat them. Oh, it's an amazing game.
Wow. If anybody in the chat knows what the hell he's talking about,
I know. I just had a whole Trog like rampage.
I was like,
thing.
damn, I've never heard of it.
I think it was called Trog. Wasn't it called Trog? I got.
You might. All right,
I'm
so we've
pretty
got
sure.
3 kings here for Albert, Tyler, here with 2 pair of 10s of kings.
Yeah, it was just like, I mean, it's a full-blown knockoff of Pac-Man,
Ah, yeah, it makes sense.
but multiplayer. You played with a buddy. It was
Ah.
great.
Got Albert here with a smooth call of the 120. And a 5-ball on the end, so he's still sitting pretty.
Yeah, Albert
No card
running
to
good
bluff
here.
him off.
Oh, we're gonna go check here though. Yeah, Albert gonna let him try to bluff with missed diamonds, but instead Tyler's got showdown value with the 10. Albert gonna win. Good sized pot though, 500 bucks in there. 261 that didn't belong to him before the hand started, so not too shabby.
Yeah, talking about video game rentals in the chat. Back in the good old days, VHS store near me was called It's on Tape, and he also owned Beaver Liquors, the liquor store right next door. Good times, says Moose Duty chat legend. One of the few that guys that kind of make me laugh here. I mean, you all are always welcome and appreciated. Make sure to hit the like, click, subscribe. We'll be back on Sunday for the tournament final table. If you guys, again, have any questions, whether it be related to poker, philosophy, history, nuclear fission. I mean, we can cover a lot of bases
Fission
here.
or
Just
fusion, honestly.
Fission, yeah.
No, both. I can talk about
You can
both.
talk
Happy
about,
to.
about those concepts.
As Prestige going to raise it up here in the hijack with 4 deuce offsuit. after Jason had linked in with the ace-4. Condor coming out of the straddle with 2 mystery cards, and Jason calling as well. So Prestige dominated here somehow with the 4-deuce offsuit up against the ace-4 and Condor, queen-9. There we go. We see those cards coming in. Prestige going to need to find some deuces. Not going to happen. Jason flopping top pair, but Condor here with bottom 2. So we've got a real combination of hands here. We're going to go check over to Prestige, who's going to bet with the 4-deuce. And now we're going to see some action because Condor here should definitely be putting in a raise. And then Jason's going to be kind of like squinting a little bit at this with his top pair, no kicker.
All right. Wow.
So Condor's going to make this 300. This is it's a very hefty bet, but I think it's appropriate given the strength of the draws that are out there, and just the strength of his opponent's range. So absolutely a great bet size here. Prestige obviously going to just, well, I say obviously. Oh my God! I thought he was going to pull that in one-handed.
Your boy Robbie Anderson.
I
right?
know, it hit him in the mitt, and he couldn't bring it in. It's raining out there, so yeah. Prestige going to go ahead and let this go. Condor going to pick it up with the bottom 2. Man, I thought he was going to drag that, but he was going to step out of bounds anyways if he did.
Yeah, I had my eyes on the dunks cam here, so just finish off our show. Was that still Teddy in the game, or did they put the?
Yeah, TB,
okay, I
he's
thought I might have seen number 6 instead
Oh,
of
wait.
number 5. Yeah,
No,
that's
T.
not.
Walker.
That's not. I think pretty sure Teddy's number 5. So that might be the guy that got from PJ Walker, Philip Walker.
What? Is Bridgewater broken, or do you think they're just benching him? Either way, that sucks for me. My guy not going to score any more points.
Maybe he's been pulled aside. We're going to have to check the Twitter sphere.
Oh, man.
Twitter sphere, we'll see. Maybe he's just a little shaken up and they need...
Now everybody's going to laugh at me for starting this guy instead
Ha
of
ha
Wentz.
ha ha ha. He's getting his head checked out, it looks like.
Oh, man. That's not good for me. If he finishes this game with 10 points, it can be unfortunate. As we get back to the
they'll see
poker
if he's got a concussion. Otherwise, I think he might be able to get back in and maybe get your. Got Charles Harris got ejected from the Falcons for a shot to the head, so it's okay. Maybe there's still a chance.
Okay, but a shot to the head and an ejection, yeah, that doesn't usually bode well. As Jason here sitting with the best hand at the moment, pair of 10s, Prestige here. Second pair of 8s, and Tyler with the nut flush draw. So everybody with a piece of this. Jason, pre-flop betting lead, gonna go ahead and check actually. Prestige gonna bet 55. Tyler gonna call, Jason gonna call. Interesting with the overcall here. An 8 on the turn. Prestige is gonna take trips home with him. So this is gonna be a really nice turn, but Tyler still with club outs. Prestige gonna put out a bet of 125, so just about a 1/3 pot size bet here. Tyler could definitely continue for this price, and then Jason should realize that his hand is drawing to 2 outs and probably pitch it in.
Well,
but he says 2 outs are enough for me. Let's go.
That's a lot of outs for Jason. He's like 2. He's an optimist there. It's like, I could bink this. So not going to be that, but it does give a flush here to Tyler, but double pair board.
Yeah, so Prestige, very unlikely to actually, I should just stop talking when it comes to what Prestige is going to do, because he's just going to put out another bet here when 2 opponents have called him and the queen, the top pair on the board pairs. I mean, I just, you know, you could just be lighting another $225 on fire. Very frequently you are going to be doing that here when you bet, because what worse hand is going to call you, and what better hand, a queen, isn't going to just be like, okay, I'll make it 500 or 600 or something right back at you. So very interesting plays.
He's very much like bobbing and weaving, like he's just doing the opposite of whatever the ideal strategy is sometimes. So it just becomes a really tricky player on the table. But I think he probably finds himself in a situation where often he's just getting called so light, but it's yeah. I think you kind of hit the nail on the head there to a degree. Ed would say maybe is that a frustration bet? It could be, but it's.
I think, yeah, so Jason sees this as an opportunity to call because he doesn't see Prestige doing this with an 8 because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So he looks him up thinking that, well, if the only thing he can have here is a queen, and that doesn't make a lot of sense either,
Yeah.
I'm going to call him with the 10s. I definitely understand Jason calling there, and that's just, I mean, yeah. And I've definitely run into this before too, where your opponent just puts a bet in there that doesn't make sense with any of the tangible storylines. You call thinking, hey, this has got to be good, and then they show you the hand that you're just like, wait, what? Doesn't make sense.
Moose Duty at Aaron, what do you think that the Yarkovsky acceleration, the acceleration phenomenon that arises from an extremely weak force on an object due to non-uniform thermal radiation and future asteroids? Great question. One that we get kind of often here, but I think we can rehash that. Like, you may want to go back to 2 weeks ago when we answered this, but you know, because we like Moose Duty, we can break into the simple stuff.
Yeah, I mean, so the best part about that question is future asteroids, because I think that's really the crux of that question, is that it's the future asteroids that we have to be concerned about, especially when it comes to the Yarkovsky effect. So thank you for that question. And we really should be concerned about the future asteroids. The past asteroids, like, they're in the past. And
yeah,
like
I mean,
in the current ones,
they already left their mark or passed by.
and the current ones, you know, like, that fad's going to be over anytime now. It's just a matter of time. In all honesty, though, the joking aside, space physics, while I find it fascinating, has not necessarily been something that I am particularly well versed in.
Steve Dola might have the answer for you. No, I don't think he does, but.
So I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. I'm sure you're just trolling me, anyways. But,
yeah, he
is.
Fun. But it was still an original question that it doesn't get asked enough here. People do not ask the really hard-hitting questions to the pulse of the audience. So, yeah, trying to figure out uniform thermal radiation, like it's something that affects us all. Condor here with a bet of a 10. Here with top pair, second best kicker. Everybody else is stone whiffed on this.
Yeah, no real reason for Tyler to be in here. He's sort of weighing his options, trying to figure out if he thinks Condor's selling him a bill of goods, but pretty ambitious to think about a bet here into 3 players, but he's going to do it anyways. 0 equity bluff here, very ambitious, raising to 575. Maybe he got dared by one of his buddies to do something out of line, and he's taking the bait. Condor here going to look down, see that he's got the king of diamonds to go with that top pair. Is it good enough to continue?
This was this young whippersnapper as a little look like, what you doing over there, man? Did not realize that I am Condor.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot, right? Because your opponent presumably, let's see, Tyler had limp called pre-flop, so definitely could have some deuces and some 6s in his range if he had been so inclined to play those hands that way. And sure enough, Condor is going to give him credit for deuces or 6s. He's going to snap show the king 9, and Condor is going to be like, all right, punk, like,
all right,
I got you.
The ATX Poker, hey, at Aaron, why do nuclear power plants have Aquarians next to them? Is it to keep the nuclear fission? Nah.
The fish in.
I think I just got Mike and Chuck. No, I also did laugh at Clay. Like, who would have thought thermal photons would be a poker topic? That's
thermal photons.
Yeah, that's. I was just kind of like, silly. Thermal photons.
Yeah, that's an oxymoron right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Or redundant in any case. So that's just pretty funny. But yeah, thanks John for that silly little joke there. You're pretty good.
Hit the like button if you enjoyed that joke. You haven't
Duty
yet?
says they're old news. That's what I'm saying. Nobody's
Hey.
listening. Yeah. That's pretty good. All right, sorry. Mikey's been running the chat over there, and I've been sort of running my mouth over here.
Yeah,
So
I'm trying to keep you updated on anything that's important or
I
arrives with
appreciate
a
you.
good question.
as we are going 4 ways to a flop, a bunch of raggy hands yet again. So Prestige with the pre-flop betting lead under the gun, King 4 offsuit. Fantastic poker here on TCH Live, and he's just gonna drill it. Look at that, too. Top trips.
Let's see if he can get some value out of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably a decent check. Cause maybe get a little off of Albert's, Big Daddy Albert's.
Yeah, but Albert's not going to put any more chips in here as the aggressor. It's going to check over to Condor, who's going to be like, I guess I should bet my 3 and see what happens. Sure enough, Albert's going to come along. And it's going to get back over to Prestige, who, I mean, he should be raising, and he is. It's going to be this tiny little raise.
Tiny raise. Baby raise, 75.
Yeah, and Albert, honestly, even with the hand that he's got, should just snap fold this. It just looks so face up. He's going to look at his cards. He's going to be like, what, really?
Fuck this.
Yeah, I mean, I could see Albert getting sort of lured into continuing, but yeah, he's just going to let it go as he should. Yeah, and that's the thing when you play these hands like super trappy like that, and then you put in these little baby raises. Like, what do you got there, dude? What do you got?
It's like
you
if you're betting like huge, it's almost like you've got to bluff always. If you start betting small, it's I don't know. Maybe Prestige watches.
Yeah, whatever he's doing, man,
he's
winning.
Just setting the trap
winning.
for us so that we think now every time that he bets big, he's bluffing, and you know that's a possibility. Maybe he's playing the long game with us.
Yeah, and I just want to Prestige, obviously, love playing with the man. Great player.
Good man.
And to anyone else who comes on here and plays, like, I'm going to throw in my 2 cents, but as we've established on many occasions, like, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about half the time. And so my analysis,
it is the theme of the show. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Half the time I don't know what the hell I'm talking. Or what was it? The quote? I think like 70% of the time. I think maybe John might know of ATX talk.
Yeah. In any case, it's a significant portion of the time non-zero that neither of us know what the hell we're saying.
Yeah.
But all of that is to say that if you come on here and you want to play, just try not to take me too seriously. If I've got a critical line or something like that, I'm just coming at it from my perspective, and everyone should come in, play the game that they like to play, and have fun with it. That's the name of the game after all. So here we go again. We've got 4 players mixed up in this one after Condor putting in the 3-bet 5 deuce. He said these limps will not stand, but it's going to end up going 4 ways here.
All right, here we go. 9-9-3. It's a good flop for the 9 triz, but unfortunately nobody has it. There's diamonds for the Prestige, 6s and 9s for Leo. Nice. Overs. Now Condor with the pre-flop. Class or might go for a bet.
Yeah, this is the spot that you hate to be in. You're like, all right, we somehow went 4 ways to a flop here. I have 5 high, and I mean, it's a paired board. Maybe I can win. Like, literally, if nobody has diamonds, I could probably just win. The problem is that Prestige does have diamonds, and he's going to come along, which Condor is just going to do an internal eye roll. And Leo's going to fold. Will's going to fold. And so Condor and Prestige got mixed up a little bit earlier here, right? And Condor made that magnificent $500 bet on the river and got his opponent to fold the queen high, which, I mean, okay, like, who's calling queen high? But anyways, we're going to go check bet here. Prestige going to fire away and pick up a really nice pot here. That pot had really swelled up, so nice addition there for Prestige with the queen high.
Well, we have got about 10 more minutes or so here on the program.
Oh, man, we're running it down to the nub here. All right. Thank you all for joining us. You know what? This is the time of the program here at the end of the evening where we take a look and see how many likes we've had.
Review time. Let's go to the booth here. Let's review.
226 of those fine thumbs up icons have been illuminated. If anybody in the chat would like to give your buddies Mikey and Ron, a little pat on the
Yep.
back. Go ahead and hit that thumbs up button for us. One
Aunt
last
Carolyn
time.
and Uncle Mikey and Aaron, Uncle Aaron. Your knowledgeable and wiser older brother here to talk you through life struggles. Yes. Kind words. Clay Martin says Aaron is one of the better analysis, but not being a know-it-all. Very hard balancing act. I mean, we really try to be know-it-alls, just to try to be as condescending as possible. But sometimes we had to put a cap on it and just be like,
We have to balance out.
actually, the equity splits aren't like that.
You're whatever that voice is. The chat pro voice.
Actually guy.
Yeah,
I don't think that really exists in our chat. Like, when there's nobody ever really says that, but.
No, but
sometimes
your
you get
version of it is fantastic.
Yeah, you know, it's been working like 100 episodes on the chat pro voice, and it's always evolving.
Well, we're proud of you.
Thanks, man. It's good to hear that.
And we're proud of you, and I just want to say one more time, I know I started to say this earlier, and I don't remember if I finished my thought. Fantastic job getting to 100 episodes. Today, 101. But if you haven't had a chance to check out episode 100 on the Monday 5-5 game, Mikey and Bones here in the booth bringing it home for you. 100 episodes.
Hours.
Fantastic, man. And great job to you. Great job to Carolyn as well. The production
Yeah.
staff, the floor
Carolyn had
staff,
to
everyone
really
here doing a great job.
kind of grind it out there, too. 'Cause that's tough being back there. You can't get out of the booth. And, like, I can just kind of get up and walk around when I got another commentator and stuff, but.
Yeah, Jason going to take that one down there with his Air Jackson 9s.
Since it was a special episode, we went like 2 hours over. I don't think we'll probably, I mean, maybe if we do start getting like super special guests.
Wait, Youngwei Koo, did he miss a...
No, I think he missed
did,
the
he
extra point.
missed.
He missed the extra point, but there was a touchdown Falcons. So
missed
that
the
means
extra
Tank and
point.
Teddy Bridgewater, if he gets back in the game, he's going to be throwing. So if he does get back in, if it's not PG or PJ Walker, the XFL star, signed from Indianapolis. I think he was like on Houston. I can't remember what XFL team he was on, but.
Yeah, questionable to return for the TB here. Yeah, and not great. Missing that extra point there for Youngwei Koo. Not looking too good here as we continue on TCH Live, not TCH Fantasy Football, but let's see here, Prestige, pumping it up here, man. This man has just really turned it on. 6 deuce offsuit in the small blind, bumping it to 50. Leo, unafraid from the straddle with the 10-9. Condor, of course, with the Queen Jack of Spades going to come along, and Albert going to be brought along as well. Over to Jason, who had somehow limped on the button. He's going to say, you know what, with all of this money out there, I'm going to come along as well. So let's see a flop 5 ways at $50 a piece, with the best hand currently being King 3 of Spades. 9-7-3 here on the flop. Albert going to go ahead and pick up bottom pair. Leo, top pair. Every other player has missed. Prestige, though, unafraid with 5 callers, 6 high. He's going to bet. Leo's going to call. Albert now, just bottom pair. No backdoor equity. He can go ahead and let go of this hand, and Jason will follow suit quickly behind. Heads up to a turn here as Prestige with the 6 high. This is actually a card that he could continue betting on, and it looks like he's going to. Oh my God, he's going to win with 6 high.
Yeah, he's probably going to get Leo off of this.
Although Leo has the 9 of diamonds.
Though.
He's got the 9 of diamonds, and he's seen Prestige do some pretty wacky stuff. So you know what?
Wacky is a good way of putting it.
The stack to pot ratio here is exactly 1 for him, and considering his opponent has put $400 in already, he really just doesn't have much fold equity except against a hand like Prestige has. So I think he's trying to figure out, like, I mean, I can't just call here, right? It's like ship it or fold it. And if I ship it, like, I mean, do I ever get called by a worse hand? You know? Yeah, he's just going to let it go. Prestige, show the 6 high. Why not? Yeah, there it is. Oh, my God. He's crushing souls, whether it's just bluffing them out in the right spots or just running pure. So good job there.
Talking about coming to
Prestige.
America, the movie, in the chat. Nick from Yuma, sexual chocolate. Sexual chocolate here in the house. Clay Martin, the last hour you were a bit punk drunk though. Mikey, LOL, check here. Yeah, 6 hours in commentary, like your brain just kind of just towards the end. You're like, they've got 2 cards. I think he's gonna bet it. That's just. But we made it all the way through, and it was Bones kind of carrying me through that.
I just watched
that
the
was the hit.
replay of
That was the hit.
Bridgewater.
Oh,
Wow.
good gracious, good golly.
Why
Miss
is that guy
Molly.
going in? Yeah, of course he
Yeah, of
should
course
be
he got
ejected
checked.
for that. So it
Poor
looks like
Teddy.
it's more of a neck issue, if anything. But
Yep.
Teddy Bridgewater still on the sidelines here as Albert going to go ahead and raise this up to 125 after it looks like a $30 straddle there. Steam Dola has not played a hand in a hot minute.
Yeah, poor Steam Dola went cart dead again after he started off hot here. Had picked up some big pairs, didn't really run particularly awesome though.
And Albert going to pick that up uncontested with the under-the-gun raise there, ace-10 of clubs, as we must be drawing down to very nearly our final hands of the evening.
Get closer. See the plus minuses. Tyler's up, Will's up, Prestige up on the session, Albert up here as well as struggles continue here for Steam Dola. Maybe one of these Thursdays we can get Aaron and Steam Dola in the booth, and I'll take a Thursday off, and you guys can maybe I get back on the table. You guys berate my play. Who knows?
Yeah, we could try to do that, or we could put you and Steam Dola in the booth
and get you back.
Me back on the phone.
That is what we need to get accomplished. So that's you have not played on the stream beyond the final table in a while. So we gotta give the people what they want. Is more AA run.
Yeah, well, one way or the other, we'll make it happen. But let's see, we've got a battle of the big clubs here. Albert with the Queen Jack going to go ahead and limp on the $15 straddle. Jason going to follow suit.
Yep.
Prestige, though, says let's bump it up.
Yeah, he's got the 8s with the 8 of spades, so he knows what time it is.
He does indeed. Steam Dola out of the hand, so he's not going to get punished by this 8 of spades. Condor going to put in the flat call. 95 offsuit. The other players
Must really
will
be a
complete.
big damn Grimes fan. That's.
Yeah, look at that burger button too, man. That's a nice little tower there. We'll see if Jordan can pick this up.
Yeah. Oh. Well.
King Jack. Yeah, that's going to give Albert 2 pair and the best hand. Jason with the gutter to Broadway. Prestige with the 8s. Going to go ahead and fire because that's what he do. Albert going to call. Jason going to call. We're going 3 ways to a turn. $455 in the pot. 4 of spades here. Prestige, the only player with a spade, actually improves his equity substantially, considering that Albert is the only one with a board pair aside from the kings. Jason going to check it over. Prestige going to continue betting with the 225 now. Not going to take his equity to a river card. He's going to bet again. Albert going to call. And yeah, given the action, given what he's seen from Prestige, showing down that 6 deuce, I mean, yeah, that Queen Jack is the nuts right here. Let's see if he can dodge an 8 or a spade. It's a 5 of diamonds. Albert going to win this if he makes it to showdown. Checks it over to Prestige, and let's see what he does. He's reaching. He's betting. Albert beat him into the pot.
Oh, wow.
And he's going to win it. Albert, my man, he knows when the jig is up. Yeah, Albert, I love Albert, man. This guy's fantastic. He beat him into the pot, I swear. Prestige was announcing the bet, and Albert already had the 5 in his hand and flicked it right in, man.
Albert has gotten, I feel like he's improved so much during the life of this stream that maybe I was just underrating Albert in the beginning. I just feel like all of his decisions have gradually gotten a lot sharper over time.
Yeah, no, I agree. I wouldn't say that I ever had sort of, I don't know, discounted Albert's play, but he was much more conservative, I would say, right? Like, much more in the
solid to tight aggressive to like. I think he's shown a few more dimensions.
Yeah,
over
like
time.
I would have not necessarily expected him to run the type of bluff that he did, for example, in the tournament the other weekend. So last weekend, I think I was in early position with Ace King. I open and he calls from, I think it was the big blind with 10-8, and we ended up in this position where he check raised me on the flop on an ace high flop, and it was just like, you know, I mean, it was just, and I happened to have the goods, so I shipped it in, sort of wondering if I was just like crushed or if he was just full of it, and he folded pretty quickly. Turns out he had the 10-8, and that was pretty cool to see, man.
Yeah.
You know, like Albert ready to just like take a zero equity bluff and just run it at you and be like, why not? And I just don't think I would have seen that out of him before. So, yeah, I really like it. He's opened it up a bit, and just all-around class act. Love Albert. Love seeing him here on the stream and running into him out on the floor. So we've got 5 hands here tangled up, and it looks like 7-5 is got the best of it here with bottom pair. Not much for these other players either. So honestly, anyone who took a sneeze / you know, side-eyed look at this is probably going to win. Tyler says, I'll try. If he can get it through Leo, he can't. Leo is going to call with the best hand. It's going to fold through to Prestige. Oh, my God. Oh, he's not going to squeeze it. So Tyler way behind, drawing to an ace and an ace only to try to pick this up. No, I'm lying. An ace or a jack would do it, but it's going to be a 7 of clubs here. Leo going to pick up 3 pair here on the end. For those of you who don't know, you pick up 3 pair on the river, and you get nothing.
Yep, absolutely nothing.
It's our new promo here
New
at TCH.
promo, 3 pair equals zip, squat with douche.
Oh, man. So Tyler's going to continue. He's going to try to blast his opponent out, and it's not going to work. He only bet 160. He needed to size that up to about 400 to try to get that through, and it's not going to do it.
But do it. Do
Leo's
it.
going to win the pot. And he gets the burger button over to our man
burger
Jordan.
button goes to Jordan.
All right, that was a fat stack of tip chips, man. That's like 15 bucks right there. So thank you to everybody for tipping your dealers here at TCH North Austin. Always much appreciated. And you know what? We appreciate it when you tip us as well. So if you want to put a super sticker, super sticker, whatever, flop that thing into the chat and help out your boys behind the mics.
I think this will probably be our last hand of the stream, potentially, as we've got the 6, we got the 12, we got the 25, we got the 50.
All right, all right, all right. Let's do this thing. Who wants a piece? We got Prestige in the big blind, or sorry, in the big straddle. So, yeah, definitely going to see some defense from that man. I can imagine, unless things just get totally out of control. Tyler going to let go. Oh, Leo, he's got a hand. He's ready to go.
Jays.
All right,
Juggalos,
and he's
jiggities.
sitting on just under 1,000 on a $50 big blind. So he's definitely in a spot with 20 big blinds here to think about getting his stack in. Like a raise to, wow, he's just going. He's just going to jam.
Open a rip. Oh, Anderson's going to get his last 332. I guess the last hand of the stream. I'm stuck. Here's a chance to maybe recoup some losses or just get buried here for the night. But
this has turned into a racehorse, effectively.
Yes!
Although they've looked at their, oh, Stevie!
Steve Nolan's got kings!
He's got kings.
Oh.
And he's got 2 all-ins in front of him. Just snap it in there. You're not even trying to get a call from Jason at this point. Just snap it in. Oh, my God, I can't believe it. If this holds, Steamy's going to get fucking released from his dungeon of card deadness and just kind of watching all the action happen. Does anybody ever call him Steamy? Am I the only one to do that?
I've called him Steamy, the gang. Like I
okay.
Call him the Steam. I call us together the Steam Team.
The Steam
Team. Like there's some company here in Austin that's called that. They drive by all the time and then forget to take a picture of it. It's like the Steam Team. Announcer man and dude talking. But so Steve Dolis all in here pre-flop with kings against Leo with the $50 straddle, the quadruple $50 straddle here. Just elects to open rip. And Steamdola wakes up with kings. Anderson had just gotten his last $332, and it's like, all right, why not? Why not? Maybe I got a shot at this. And he still does.
He absolutely still
Could
does.
still triple up here.
Yeah, and this is the problem with Leo doing what he did. Yes, he's got 20 bigs, and yeah, you kind of just you're expecting to get it in anyways. But when you rip your whole stack in, you don't even give yourself a chance. Like, imagine if he opens that to 150, and then it's like a raise jam from Anderson, and then a re-raise from Steamdola, right? Like, he can actually get away from
it's
it.
right there in the window, but it's still a big side pot enough here for Steamdola, though.
Queen of spades, no backdoors coming
No.
in. Another ace, another ace. Anderson. Oh, godlike run here on our final hand of the evening. What a run.
Poor Steamy, but he is going to collect the entire side. So it doesn't. I think he kind of comes out right out of that. He's still profits, but he could have gotten a big chunk back because Anderson now going to be north of 1,000. Look at these stacks here towards the end. Everybody north of 1,000 by the end. Again, it's 1-3 match a stack. You start with a max of 1,000, then match a stack throughout the evening. So this is it. That is the end of our stream. Carolyn, for Aaron, for Mike Yemba, thank you for Asa, floor manager, our dealers here today. We are signing off and heading home. Thank you so much for watching. In the words of great Mike Sexton, may all your cards be live and your pots be monsters. Thanks you, and good night.
Good night.
I'll take the other three. How's that? Perfect. Thanks a lot. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you all very, very much.
Started horribly, ended on a good note.
No, I lost like 2,500. Well, I know.
That's how you started. Even though I donated a lot through the night, but we're good.
Gonna record?
Here's one right here.
I get one more.